station of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Arizona.
It's the final meeting this season between the D-backs and the Dodgers. We're inside Chase Field as the Diamondbacks continue this homestand and look for a 4-game split with LA. Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is presented by Sanderson Ford, the D-backs and the Dodgers on Fox Sports Arizona. Good afternoon from Chase Field and welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthume and Bob Brenly along the way. This is it. We conclude this 10-game homestand and the season series with the Dodgers. We'll lead off today with Jean Segura. He's a good choice. 7 leadoff home runs, Bob, including last night.
Yeah, including last night. Diamondbacks fell behind early. He comes right up first at bat in the bottom of the inning and hits the home run to tie the ball game up. You know, for everything he's been through the last few seasons, it's very easy for everybody around baseball to root for Jean Segura in his quest to get to 200 hits. He needs 14 more in the final week and a half of the season, and I know I'm pulling for him.
Now up to 17 home runs on the year, 5 in his last 5 games, and back in the leadoff spot today against Yasiel Puig and the Dodgers. On the mound for the D-backs, it's Robbie Ray, 5th in the National League in strikeouts. He struck out 12 Dodgers 2 starts ago in Los Angeles.
Certainly the strikeout numbers are very impressive for Robbie Ray this season, but looking at his entire career, moving forward, this is going to be a big year for Robbie. He's the only starter that's been able to take the ball every time it was his turn to pitch. There's something to be said for reliability.
And as you saw a moment ago, making his 30th start this year. So we are set to go. The final game of this homestand, the final game of the year, the D-backs and the Dodgers. First pitch is coming up shortly from Chase Field on Fox Sports Arizona. Arizona Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. By Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Double Jack Burger today, only at Jack in the Box. By Yancey's Fancy, New York's finest artisan cheese. And by your Valley Honda dealers, where you get more standard features for less money. Arizona is brought to you by Lone Butte Casino. Get in on big wins. By Chaz Roberts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. And by USAA, insurance, banking, and investments tailored for the military community. Set for the D-backs and the Dodgers. And here's the voice of Chase Field, Mr. Chuck Drago.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and please remove your hats. Please direct your attention to the field as we honor the United States of America and pay tribute to our veterans, active duty, and retired men and women of our armed services. Presenting our colors, please welcome cadets from the Casa Grande Union High School Marine Corps Junior ROTC under the direction of Mark Blades. The Arizona Diamondbacks and the Los Angeles Dodgers invite you to join in the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner, performed by Brad D. Kepler from Casa Grande Union High School.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
So here we go, final time this year, D-backs and the Dodgers. The roof is closed inside Chase Field, Dave Roberts Ball Club. 5 games up on the Giants atop the NL West with 14 to play. The lineup for the Dodgers here this afternoon.
I'm pretty sure this is the lineup Dave Roberts used for one of Clayton Kershaw's rehab outings. Howie Kendrick will lead it off in left field. Justin Turner down at third base. Corey Seager at shortstop. And then comes the rest of the Dodgers. Yasiel Puig in right field, Rob Seguin at first base, Kike Hernandez in center field, Charlie Culberson at second base, Austin Barnes doing the catching, and Jose De Leon on the mound.
Robbie Ray on the mound for the Diamondbacks. Howie Kendrick leads it off, and we are underway at Chase Field. Robbie is your Arizona Ford starting pitcher, his 30th start. 8-13 with a 4.55. The big number of the strikeouts, 202. That's 10th in the majors and 5th best in the National League. And he's ahead of Kendrick 0-2.
Coming off a win against the Colorado Rockies. He did give up 4 runs in 5 innings, but against that Rockies offense, usually that's good enough to win the ball game. Diamondbacks won that one 11-4.
Fastball just missed to Kendrick, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Kendrick back in left field today and in the leadoff spot against the lefty. 266 and 8 home runs, 1 for 6 in the series, and a single in Friday's game. Robbie spiked his slider, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dodgers a season high 20 games over 500. They're at 84 and 64 coming in, and 5-4 on this 10-game road trip through Miami, New York, and concluding today in Phoenix. He bounced another slider. That's the second time he's trying to throw that pitch, and it went about 50 feet.
Just a little adjustment. I guess it's better to bounce him out there in front of home plate than to leave him hanging belt high over the middle of the plate.
Gene Segura at second base. They retire Kendrick to lead it off. Our eye on defense for the D-backs here today, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Center.
Have an outfield of Drury in left, Haniger in center, Socrates Brito getting a start in right field today. Jake Lamb and Chris Owings will be on the left side of the infield with Gene Segura and Paul Goldschmidt on the right side. As you've already seen, Tuffy Gosowich behind the plate today for lefty Robbie Ray.
Yeah, Yasmani Tomas just 1 hit in this series. He struck out 5 times, so Tomas gets the day, and Brito's out there in right. Ryan Blakeney behind the plate. He has the balls and strikes. Ron Culpa, the first base umpire, Chris Conroy at second, and the crew chief Jerry Meals is at third. Here's Justin Turner, moved up into the 2-hole today for Dave Roberts. Turner hitting .269, and he leads LA with 27 home runs and 84 RBIs. Two hits and 3 RBIs in the series. He has doubled and tripled. Swings through a fastball, and it's 1-1. Some of the Dodgers' big bats, they're very left-hand heavy, sitting out today against Robbie Ray. So no Adrian Gonzalez, no Chase Utley, no Josh Reddick, no Jock Peterson, at least for the time being. Got him. First strikeout for Robbie Ray.
Real good location that time. Just powers that fastball out there off the outside corner. Too close to take. Not good enough to do anything with for Justin Turner.
Strikeout number 203 on the season. Corey Seager. 316 and 25 homers. Seager is 3 for 11 in the series. He's walked twice. He tripled and scored twice last night. Seager last night broke the Dodgers rookie hits record that had been held by Steve Sax. So Seager now at 181 hits. He's tied for 3rd in the National League. Didn't check, says Jerry Meals, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, you mentioned Steve Sax, and since you did mention that name, a vision popped in my mind. He used to hit a lot like Howie Kendrick. Inside out swing, get to 2 strikes, he'd foul off pitch after pitch after pitch. Occasionally he would pick his spots to go up there and turn one around and try to pull it to left field. I remember a lot of Steve Sax at bats that went very much like Howie Kendricks usually go against the D-backs.
Well, don't want to make too much of this, but that was a changeup that Robbie Ray just tried to throw. Every time he's tried to throw anything but a fastball, he spiked it in the dirt well in front of home plate. And he goes to the slider and gets Seager to chase that one. 2 strikeouts in the inning. Diamondbacks coming up, bottom 1. Selfie.
Do dogs understand what a selfie is?
The smart ones do.
The smart ones do. Okay.
Bottom 1 coming up. D-backs and Dodgers, and your Arizona Ford starter for LA is the 24-year-old rookie right-hander Jose De Leon, generally considered LA's #2 pitching prospect behind Julio Urias. A lot of minor league promise here. He's made only 2 major league starts, and he's won them both. He beat the Padres and the Yankees.
You see a real good fastball changeup combination from De Leon. He also throws an occasional slider, occasional curveball, not overpowering with his heater, but the changeup reportedly is really good.
Gene Segura, who led off the ball game last night with a home run, steps in for the Diamondbacks. It was Segura's 7th leadoff homer this year. Gene begins today 4th in the National League in hitting. He's batting .317. Now with 17 home runs and 57 RBIs. Those are both career highs. 4 hits in the series, including that homer last night. He's got 5 home runs in his last 5 games. It's been a good homestand for Gene.
57 extra base hits on the season. Only Charlie Blackmon has more out of that leadoff spot than Gene Segura.
He's ahead 3-0. All his numbers are way up. Segura's leadoff homer had an exit velocity of 88 miles an hour, the 3rd lowest exit velo on any homer in the majors this year, and it was launched at a 31-degree angle, so it was too high and hit too softly to actually be a home run, but it went out anyway.
Yeah, forget physics.
All the StatCast stuff, the numbers went crazy. And he's got another base hit. It gets between Puig and Hernandez, and Gene Segura pulls into second with his 38th double. And that is hit number 187 as he closes in on 200.
Extra base hit number 58 just splits that gap perfectly in right field. Probably should have been on first base after the 3-0 pitch was low, but called a strike, and takes advantage of the extra pitches in the at bat to drive one into the gap in right center.
Leadoff man in scoring position for Chris Owings, the shortstop. CO, 283 and 3 home runs, 2 for 13 in the series, had a triple in the game on Friday. On the ground to Charlie Culberson at second, Segura into third, and that's the first out. Let's take a look at the lineup for Chip Hale's Diamondbacks.
Gene Segura has already led it off with a double. Good effort there by Chris Owings to move him up with a ground ball to second base. CO will be at shortstop, Paul Goldschmidt at first base, Jake Lamb at third, Brandon Drury out in left field with Mitch Haniger in center, Socrates Brito in right, Tuffy Gosawish doing the catching, and Robbie Ray on the mound.
Here's Goldie. It's been a tough series for Goldie at the plate. 1 for 12 with 8 strikeouts. And he takes strike one. Paul Goldschmidt, 297, 20 home runs. That OPS is down 111 points from last year. And the really troubling stat for Goldie, we mentioned this at the end of the game last night and again on the Snake Talk radio program following the ball game, that Paul coming into today in his last 14 games has struck out 24 times in his last 50 at bats.
Ouch.
Just does get a piece of that one. And 8 strikeouts in 3 consecutive games, the last 3. That's the most in Paul's career in a 3-game stretch.
Well, he has looked like he's a little bit lost up there right now, taking good pitches, swinging at borderline pitches.
Strikes out again, 2 down. First strikeout for the rookie De Leon. Let's look at the Dodgers defensively, sponsored by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Yasiel Puig got in right field today with Kike Hernandez in center, Howie Kendrick over in left. It'll be Justin Turner and Corey Seager on the left side of the infield, with Charlie Culberson and Rob Seged in on the right side. Austin Barnes filling in behind the plate this afternoon, and Jose De Leon, the right-hander, on the mound.
Just his 3rd major league start. So it's up to Jake Lamb to get Segura home from third with 2 outs. Oh, that found De Leon's glove. He had his back to the plate, and it went right into the mitt. And he's able to strand the leadoff double. We're through 1, no score. D-backs and Dodgers. And Diamondbacks are scoreless as we start the top of the 2nd inning. Yasiel Puig will lead it off against Robbie Ray. The lovely Mike and Vanessa are here early today. You guys usually come about 5th inning. Why the 2nd? What's going on?
Because we have our Gila River Casino game night hit during the 5th. So.
Way to get the sponsor in there.
Yes,
That's a professional
yes.
job right there. And you're here, Haken Beer Steins, our final giveaway of the year coming up Saturday, October 1st, courtesy of Budweiser, the D-backs Beer Stein. First 10,000 fans, 21 and older.
I'm excited for this one, but I can't believe it's the last one already of the season.
We only have 3 more home games after today, so this is it.
Okay, well, make
So-
sure you come and get this 10,000. Yeah.
dbacks.com/tickets. Saturday, October 1st, Diamondbacks and the Padres in the final homestand of the year. You could have used that at the wedding last night that you attended.
Yes, I could have. This would have been come in handy. Really good.
I heard you caught the bouquet.
I did. I wish I could show you guys a picture. I literally was standing in the back, trying not to catch it, but all my friends were like, "You're single. Come on, you gotta go." I'm like, "Okay." So I'm gonna stand in the back, and literally I look up, and here it comes right at me, and I'm like, "Crap!" So I just hold up my hand, and boom, right in there, right in my hand.
Congratulations on your soon-to-be marriage.
That's right.
I just need to find a guy first.
Details.
There's a long line, believe me. Well, nice job, the lovely Mike and Vanessa. Now we know you have responsibilities, so thanks for squeezing us in today.
Well, I'm excited. Thanks for having us, and I really wanted this. This is like a sturdy glass stein.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
nice.
it's a quality. We don't give away junk here. This is a quality item.
You're right. You're so right.
All right, guys, thanks.
Thank you.
Jake Lamb, nice play at third. Long throw, and he throws out Puig. Our thanks to the lovely Mike and Vanessa.
Jake, couple steps to his right there. Plants that right foot and fires on in time to get Puig at first base. Plenty of time.
Caught that one like Vanessa caught the bouquet.
We should have checked on the lady that she knocked down to catch it.
A series of ladies. That's not true. Rob Seguin in there at first base for Adrian Gonzalez today. A lot of Dodger lefties sitting this one out. Seguin hitting .246. He's got 2 home runs. He struck out as a pinch hitter Thursday in the series opener and drew a walk in the ball game last night. 1-1. Seguin in just 28 games with the Dodgers this year. His first look at the big leagues. Called up from the minors the first week of August. One more time for Jake Lamb at third. Gets a glove on it, spins and throws. 2 down. Nicely done.
Yeah, Vanessa said she was trying to avoid the bouquet at the wedding last night.
Yeah.
Kind of like Jose De Leon on the mound on that comebacker off the bat of Jake Lamb. It caught him.
Sure did.
Just jumped out of the way, and the ball actually went right into his glove as he was making an effort to get out of the way.
His eyes were closed and his back was turned and still made the play.
Just like Vanessa.
Exactly right. See, she shouldn't tell us stuff about her personal life.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, no one should, in fact. Here's Kike Hernandez. In there in center field. He didn't go, says Ron Culpa. It's 1-0. Hernandez hitless in a couple of pinch hit appearances in the series. He's had a tough year, hitting only .196 with 6 home runs. Hernandez, his calling card used to be, at least last year, that he just crushed left-hand pitching. Last season he hit .423 against lefties, but this year that number is just .190. His season's kind of been wrecked by injuries. Pops this one up, playable for Goldie along the right field line, and he's got it in fair territory. 6 up, 6 down for Robbie Ray. A very good start. No score. D-backs and the Dodgers.
the bottom of the second. I'm Kate Longworth here at the PetSmart patio, and I'm joined by Dr. David Haworth, who is president of the PetSmart Charities. Now, Dr. David, we all know so much about PetSmart. It's a place where we go to get pets and then to keep them happy and healthy, but there's so much more. Take me through that.
There really is, Kate. Thank you. We at PetSmart Charities and PetSmart find ourselves as the adopt spot. We believe strongly that that bringing animals together with their humans helps the animals, saves the families as well. And we partner with animal welfare organizations all across the country and bring adoptable animals into those stores that are beautiful and clean, and that's where the pet parents are already, and so that's where we facilitate those adoptions.
Yeah, it's such a great partnership, and on this National Pet Adoption Weekend, there's so much to celebrate today here at Chase Field because fans are bringing two of the things they love together. They're bringing the love of baseball and, of course, their pups to the game today. What stands out to you? Well, today is very special for us. We are celebrating the 7 millionth dog, or cat, sorry, 7 millionth pet adopted through PetSmart and PetSmart Charities. We couldn't be more thrilled. Yeah, absolutely exciting. And guys, this is a teaser for later. That animal is in attendance here. It's Daisy the dog, and we'll be meeting her later in the broadcast.
Daisy and her new family were flown in for this ball game.
Big time.
All the way from, I think it was Staten Island. That's close to Phil Mollica territory. Brandon Drury, leadoff walk.
Well, they gave him a choice of going to a Yankee game or coming out here to the desert to watch the Diamondbacks. That's an easy choice.
Well, why would you want to see the Yankees? They'll probably lose again tonight to the Red Sox. Mitch Haniger in there against rookie Jose De Leon, making only his third major league start. Haniger, 234 and 2 home runs. Yankees actually have a minor league affiliate on Staten Island. Staten Island Yankees have a lovely ballpark over there right on the water.
That's where the brainwashing begins.
Yes, you will lose to the Red Sox. keep your eyes on the watch. Mitch has a couple of hits in this series, including a home run Thursday in the opener. Little flare, long run for Puig, coming on, and he can't make the diving catch. That's a fair ball. Haniger's going to have to stay put at first, but Drury makes it all the way into third. A really good effort by Yasiel Puig, coming in like a defensive back. Couldn't quite make the tackle.
And then the temper tantrum at the end after he's unable to make the catch, really going hard from his right field position. Just an outstanding effort. Sometimes that big outfielder's glove helps you make catches, and other times it hurts you. That time it looked like he caught the fingers of the glove on the turf as he made his diving attempt, and the ball flipped right out of the glove.
So a chance for the Diamondbacks against the rookie De Leon, with Drury at third, Haniger at first, and nobody out. The batter is Socrates Brito. 197 and 3 homers. The start today in right field. Yasmani Tomas getting the day off. Tomas was one of 3 Diamondbacks who struck out 3 times in the ball game last night. Goldie, Lamb, and Tomas. D-backs struck out 15 times last night, as the Dodgers won that ball game 6-2. Brito hitting just under .230 in 11 games since his latest minor league recall. Playing time has been very inconsistent this month. And Socrates thinks he can do way more than he's done so far. An up and down season for the minor leagues, and with his injury, that broken toe suffered in Colorado. It's such a hot start to Cactus League play this spring. He looked like he was the next Bo Jackson for the first 2-3 weeks, then cooled off near the end of spring training. He was hitting home runs, making diving catches, flying around the bases. All the tools are there for this 24-year-old. Change up from De Leon, and it stays 1-2 on Brito.
I mentioned De Leon fastball changeup combination to righties and lefties. He will throw more sliders to right-handed hitters. Doesn't use a lot of breaking pitches against left-handed hitters. Only 2 in the Diamondbacks lineup today with Jake Lamb and Socrates Brito.
Bounce to second. Culberson, high throw. Seager, is it? No, he's not able to keep his foot on the bag as Drury scores. Chris Conroy indicating that Seager had to come off the bag, so Haniger is safe, and it's 1-0 Diamondbacks.
Yeah, good throw. They're probably able to get the force at second base, but that throw pulled Seager far enough off, and in the estimation of Chris Conroy, he wasn't able to get back on the bag before Haniger got in there. Boy, that's close.
Dodgers are having a look in their video people. Dave Roberts waiting for word. Drury's going to score regardless.
That was one of those plays where if Corey Seager just caught the ball and moved off the bag to get out of the way of the sliding runner, he might have gotten the call out there. But when you reach back that second time to try to find the bag, that's an indicator that the umpire, or to the umpire rather, that you weren't on the bag the first time.
So that scored an infield, or Brito, fielder's choice, pardon me. And they put, well, they've got 3 hits and an error up there, so that can't be right.
I think that would have to be a fielder's choice RBI, but not sure what else it could be.
Yeah. We'll sort it out. Here's Tuffy Gozowicz. Tuffy hitting 158. He's got 3 home runs. Bark in the Park day at Chase Field today. A lot of doggies with us. Big day out in the PetSmart patio. Jam shot pop up, very short left field. Kendrick coming in. Seager's got to get out of the way. And that's the first out. Let's take a look, BB, at your Valley Honda dealers. Key to the game.
With Jose De Leon on the mound, as you mentioned, the #2 pitching prospect in the Dodgers organization. If he continues to develop the way they expect him to, you might as well use today as a meet and greet, because you're going to see an awful lot of this young right-hander over the next few years.
Now, Jose De Leon has quickly become a very hot prospect. He was overlooked when he first entered the Dodgers minor league system, a 24th round pick 3 years ago. He's from Puerto Rico, went to college in Louisiana at Southern University. But last year in Double-A, he got a lot of attention, and this season 16 starts at Triple-A Oklahoma City. He went 7-1 with a 2.61 ERA. And has 2 wins and 2 big league starts to begin his career. Robbie Ray up there now. It's the bunt in fair territory. Turner makes a nice play, and the runners advance.
Second baseman, Gene Segura.
Gene Segura double to lead off the ball game. Two down. Mitch Haniger, the runner at third, and Socrates Brito at second. Gene now with 187 hits, chasing a 200 hit season. And he's got another one. Haniger scores. Here comes Brito. The throw from Kendrick is offline. And Segura hustles into second. No, he's out of there. But 2 runs come across. Gene Segura 2 for 2. And the Diamondbacks have the early lead on the Dodgers. It's 3-0 Arizona. D-backs have a 3-0 lead as we start the third inning with the freight train in the booth. David Peralta is here with us. How's the wrist? How's everything going?
It's good. It's been really good. I'm doing my rehab. I'm moving a little bit my wrist, so everything's going really well so far.
Good. Well, that's great news. I know it's been frustrating for you. So much more time on the DL than in uniform.
Well, yeah, it's been a tough year for me, and I mean, I know I'm going to be good next year, so I'm doing my best to get better every day, and I'm going to be ready for next year. That's a big goal.
What's next for you? I know you have to wait till certain things get right before you can fully get involved with your rehab, but what's next?
Well, I'm just doing right now a little bit in my wrist, and then I'm going to start to rotate a little bit. It's a long process. It's kind of slow, but in January, in the beginning of January, I'm going to be swinging. And
wow, that's great.
Yeah, that's great. I'm going to be 100% for day one spring training.
Now, wrist injuries are always tricky things for hitters. Wrist, fingers, hands. Have you talked to other guys who've been through something like this?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I talked with Ricky Wick. Ricky Wick Jr., he had both hands the same surgery that I have.
Oh, wow.
I guess what he has is kind of like hard or like worse than me. And he told me everything about it. He warned me about the calf and everything, like, hey, it's going to be tough. But he helped me a lot, and I was like, hey, you have to make the right decision if you want to get surgery. I think this is the only way to get my wrist better and fits, So I've talked to him, and he helped me a lot.
Was there a moment where you thought, oh, man, I'm hurt again? Really? Because that's the way we feel up here. Oh, no, not David again?
Yeah, I know. I was trying to do my best and deal with my ribs, and I was like, okay, it's it's going to go away at one point of the season, but I mean, it was getting worse and worse, and it gets to a point that we just had to make a decision and say, hey, we have to get it fixed.
Yeah. What's it been like watching most of the year from the dugout?
For me, it's kind of hard, you know, because I like to be in the field playing, helping my team, but I'm just doing my best in the dugout, shooting for those guys, and they're doing a great job. I mean, it's a tough season for everybody. It's a learning season for everybody. So I was in the beginning of the year. Nobody said it was going to be easy for us. I mean, we got a Zach Greinke, Shelvamir, and Gene Segura, all these guys, but nobody said it was going to be easy. I would say this is going to be, this is a learning season for us to be better for next year.
Plus, you have to watch us on TV all the time. I see on Twitter watching from home.
Yep.
Poor David, he's just got to watch the game on television, listen to us.
Yeah, I have to support my team, my teammates.
Yeah, it's nice.
You know, if there is a silver lining in this, it's the fact you're left-handed and you still can use your left hand.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, I can ride.
See, when you lose your primary hand, that
I know.
a lot of things get very tough.
Well, it's tough for me right now, like to get dressed, shower, and everything.
Yeah, it's a process, huh?
Yeah, it is.
We're visiting with David Peralta as the Diamondbacks try and get a split of this 4-game series with the Dodgers. Yeah, we got it pretty good up here.
Yeah, I know. It's really nice.
David, we've been talking a lot about Gene Segura lately. What an amazing year he's had. What's the feeling down in the dugout when you watch your teammate every day go out there and do something amazing?
Unbelievable. The way he's playing, he's just having fun. Every day he just goes to the field, have fun. I mean, even if he go 0 for 4, he's still the same guy. A little crazy. He's crazy. Yeah. But he's great. Everybody's doing a really great job.
Yeah, he and Yasmani Tomas has got some pretty intense routines down there with the handshakes and the slapping and the whole thing.
Yeah, we got all this kind of stuff, you know, to make it excited.
Well, you're usually the ringleader with all that stuff.
Yeah.
Robbie Ray, great start, 8 up, 8 down. He's got 3 strikeouts, and here's Jose De Leon. Robbie Ray, David, it seems like has emerged into the one of the top left-hand pitchers in the league.
Yeah, every start he always get better every start. So it's really good to see him, like, you know, getting his progress and everything. So he's doing really well right now.
0-2 on the pitcher, Jose De Leon. Another strikeout. Can you stay for another half inning?
Yeah, I have nothing to do. There you go.
The freight train is with us.
I missed that.
D-backs lead at 3-0. D-backs lead at 3-0 as we visit with the freight train, David Peralta, recovering from wrist surgery in our booth. Now, yesterday was a big day here at the ballpark. We gave out 20,000 David Peralta bobbleheads, and you have to mail out about 20,000 to family and friends, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I got a big family from my wife, family back home in Venezuela, so they all want a bobblehead.
Now, were you happy with the bobblehead?
Oh yeah, looks great.
Yeah, that
Just
was
like
a great
me.
looking bobblehead.
Yeah.
There you go.
Where did that start? Where did that come from?
That started in the beginning of when I started playing an independent ball. I'm using it, you know, to stay focused, like what I want to hit.
Right.
You know, but and then I add a little style, you know, with the bat and everything to look better. That's when everything started. I think it was in 2011.
Well, it's a trademark now and makes a great bobblehead. Here's Chris Owings who pops up. First base side. Seguin in, let's see, fair territory. Catches that one, and that's the first out. David, we're watching Paul Goldschmidt go through something right now at the plate. He's striking out a lot. Every hitter goes through it. We don't see it as often from Goldie, certainly, but the strikeouts, it seems, have come in bunches for Paul lately. What are you seeing when Goldie's up there?
I mean, like you say, it happened to everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, you can strike out. He strike out. I mean, he got a lot of strikeout, but he walks a lot. He's the kind of guy, like, he's patient in the home play. He always have a game plan against the pitchers, and he's ready always for his pitch. I mean, everybody goes through that situation. And, I mean, this time of the season, I was like, you can get a little tired. You know, he's playing a lot of games. So, but, you know, everybody know what type of player he is. He's an all-star, best in the baseball. So.
Sure. No one is immune from those stretches,
Yeah.
not even the Goldies of the world.
Yeah.
I think it just illustrates how hard this game can be. I mean, a player as good as Paul Goldschmidt, even he goes through some struggles from time to time. This is it's not an easy thing to do, to hit a ball with a bat.
Yeah.
95 miles an hour, moving all over the place.
I always talk with families and everything. I mean, baseball is hard. It's a hard sport. And, I mean, we make it look easy, but it's not easy to play baseball. Hit the ball, field the ball, catch the ground ball, throw strike. It's not easy, but we make it look easy. That's why we are major league.
It's the hardest sport there is to play. There's no other sport that has an apprenticeship like baseball. Even the highest draft picks might not be here for several years while they learn in the minors. 2-2 on Goldie.
Well, and just the combination of skills that you have to be a good player. You know, it's one thing to hit a ball. That's very tough. We know that, but you got to be able to run the bases, field your position, know where your teammates are on the field at all times. There's a lot that goes into being a major league ball player that sometimes we forget about.
Yeah.
Charlie Culberson at second, 2 outs.
That's why we have to go through the minor league to learn all this stuff.
Here's Jake Lamb. Now, will you usually play winter ball? I know you're always playing baseball, so that's out this year with the wrist. Will you be in the Valley here? Will you go home to Venezuela? What's your off-season schedule look
Well, I have to stay here for 6 weeks to keep, you know, doing my rehab in Salt River. And the doctor wanted to see me, like, you know, keep eyes on me.
Yeah.
And half of November, I'm going to go back to Florida for a little vacation, spend time with my family. My mom and my dad are going to come to Florida to spend time with me. I'm not going to go to Venezuela at all. And then I'm going to be back in January, start swinging and work out here with the guys in Salt River.
It is amazing how once you get to the new year, it's almost like the season starts for the Diamondbacks that first week of January because the facility is right here.
Yeah. Well, for me, I've started working out every day. I'm working out every day. My off season started like right away. I have no off season.
Yeah, the way you go. Jake Lamb strikes out. Well, we've missed you this year, but thanks so much for coming up here today.
Thank you for having me.
We'll look forward to seeing you healthy January at Salt River.
Will be. Next year it's going to be great.
David Peralta, everybody. 3-0 Diamondbacks. 3-0. Greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. A look around the rest of the National League West. Dodgers with a 5-game lead on the Giants with 14 to play, and San Francisco trails the Cardinals 2-0 in the bottom of the third. Howie Kendrick leads off the fourth. So far 9 up, 9 down for Robbie Ray. He's got 4 strikeouts. Padres have taken a 1-0 lead at Colorado. They're in the third inning at Petco Park. Robbie Ray ahead 1-2. Robbie has been outstanding so far. Coming off a win over the Rockies in his previous start. That was last Tuesday here at Chase Field. Had 7 strikeouts in that ball game. A start before that, he struck out 12 Dodgers in LA. Gave up only 2 hits in 6 innings in that start at Dodger Stadium, but lost 3-1. And Robbie has already got 4 double-digit strikeout games in his last 10 starts. 80 strikeouts in his previous 56 innings. And he's got another strikeout right there. There's that slider. And that's 5 so far today.
Boy, if he can get a better feel for that slider and changeup, look out.
Yeah.
He got an explosive fastball today once again. Had trouble commanding that slider in the early innings, but starting to find it here in this inning.
Justin Turner, a strikeout victim his first time up. Fastball in on Turner. It's 0-1. Justin Turner, 4 home runs and 15 RBIs against the Diamondbacks this year. That's in 18 games. D-backs only 6-12 versus LA this season. 4-5 at Chase Field. Another fastball, and it's 0-2. Robbie Ray struck out Turner and Seager to win the first. Struck out Barnes and De Leon to win the third. He's punched out Kendrick to open up the fourth. Now ahead of Turner 1-2. Fly ball along the right field line. Socrates Brito gives it a look, but it's up into the seats.
Right on the top of that railing and on over. And thank David Peralta for taking some time out of his day to come up and visit with us. You know, one thing I like about David is he's been humbled by the game.
Oh, yeah. So if he goes to wish hangs on, that's 4 consecutive strikeouts for Robbie Ray. And he's got 6 in the ball game.
Just overpowers him up in the zone with a fastball right there. And, you know, talking about David, I mean, some guys, you know, you come through high school and you're the prep phenom, you're a potential #1 pick, whatever. You're recruited by all the major universities, and you go into professional ball, and that first time you bump up against it and realize, hey, there's guys out here that are just as good as I am. Some guys can't handle that humbling effect that the game will have on you sometimes. But David had been through all that and come out the other side with his head held high, and you know he appreciates every minute he's in a big league uniform.
Cut loose with a bad shoulder at the age of 21 by the Cardinals, home in Venezuela. We all know the story. Worked his way back as a position player, and last year finished top 10 in the National League in hitting. All those years in independent ball, playing in Wichita and Amarillo, places like that. Boy, Robbie Ray, that slider, which the first 3 or 4 sliders he tried to throw tonight spiked in front of home plate, but that slider has looked really good lately. Can he strike out the side? Nope. Jerry Meal says 1-2. Corey Seager can handle himself in there. He's hitting .250 against lefties. 5 home runs versus left-hand pitching this season.
I have a theory about games like this. Of course, it's not tested and not based on any statistical background, but you got Kendrick, Turner, and Seager at the top of the order. 3 guys that are pretty much regular players.
Right.
On a day game after a night game, those guys tend to be a little slower catching up to the fastball.
Or the slider. Robbie Ray strikes out the side in the 4th inning. He has now struck out 5 consecutive Dodgers and 7 in the ball game. He's perfect through 4 with a 3-0 lead. Today against Robbie Ray, who's got 5 consecutive strikeouts, 7 in the ball game already, and is perfect through 4. Valley Toyota dealers, let's go places. We got one more long 3-city road trip. Some of us will be on a plane right after this ball game. We head to San Diego, then Baltimore, then Washington, D.C. And it's back here for 3 against the Padres, and that's it for 2016. Brandon Drury walked and scored to lead off the second. D-backs have a 3-0 lead here against the rookie Jose De Leon, making just his 3rd major league start. Brandon 0 for 3 with a walk last night. That snapped his 8-game hitting streak, but boy, he's just killing the ball lately. Last 21 games, he's hitting almost 400. 2-2. Jose De Leon just turned 24 years old last month. And this kid, by all accounts, has worked his way up to this level. A very hard worker, a dedicated young man. Just a 24th round draft pick 3 years ago out of Southern University in Baton Rouge. That's the school that produced Ricky Weeks Jr. And De Leon today can become the first Dodgers rookie to win his first 3 major league starts since Kaz Ishii won his first 6 back in 2002. And the Dodgers, with all this young pitching talent, just keep rolling them out there. This is the 64th game this year started by a Dodger rookie pitcher. De Leon's a guy who, when he came into their system as a 24th round draft pick, even his minor league coaches said, well, he's just another guy kind of off the radar. But he has put himself on the radar. So is Brandon Drury, who has walked and singled. A leadoff man aboard. With De Leon, it was, well, all of a sudden they looked at him and realized what they had here. He's just one of those guys that comes into your system and kicks the door down, like David Peralta did with the Diamondbacks. Some of these guys just won't take no for an answer and will themselves into becoming good ball players, and that's what De Leon did as a minor leaguer. Mitch Haniger singled and scored his first time up.
Now, De Leon does have a little bit of an unusual delivery, especially at the arm swing coming forward. Most pitchers get that arm extended out behind their bodies and then up above.
Mitch Haniger gets this one way out of here. Ho-ho! Mitch Haniger, a 2-run homer. That's his third, and it's 5-0 Diamondbacks. That was majestic.
And when you see people start to scramble around up in Friday's front row grill, high above left field out there, you know that ball was blasted. Barnes wants it away. It strays back over the inside part of the plate. And Haniger puts a charge on it.
Look at that thing go. Wow. Socrates Brito. Fly ball to left for Kendrick. This will stay in the yard, and that's the first out in the fourth. Jumbo Jack off the bat of Mitch Haniger. A free Jumbo Jack tomorrow, the purchase of a large drink at Jack in the Box.
According to StatCast, 438 feet to straightaway left field. 108 was the exit velocity off the bat, and 33-degree angle.
Nice work. We also got a Jumbo Jack and tacos on one swing.
Oh, how about that?
We're headed for the fast food trifecta. Just need the win to get the pizza. Oh, 0-2 on Tuffy, who flied out his first time up. Tuffy singled and walked in his last start behind the plate. That was Thursday in the opener against these Dodgers. That's out of play. So 5 runs means Taco Bell.
Yeah, better late than never. Somebody hit my taco.
I hate when that happens. 5 runs. Diamondbacks already have seen Gene Segura with 2 hits and 2 RBIs. Drury has walked, singled, and scored twice. Haniger's got a single, a homer. He scored twice and knocked in 2. 5 runs on 5 hits. Tuffy has a base hit. It rolls into right center.
I was starting to describe De Leon's delivery when Mitch Haniger interrupted with that home run to left field, but De Leon kind of pushes the ball up there to home plate. You don't have that high arm angle where you look above his right shoulder to pick up the release point. It almost comes straight out of his shoulder, and the first time you see this guy, I would imagine that's quite a shock to the system.
Robbie Ray gets the bunt down. De Leon goes to first and almost threw that away. A nice play by Seguin over there, and they're able to move Tuffy along. 2 outs. Here's a look.
Yeah, everything looks normal up to there, and then he just kind of drops and drives toward home plate. He doesn't really get a lot of arm extension above his right shoulder, so you just have to be a little more selective in that release point and where you look out to the right side to pick up his deliveries.
Tuffy at second base, 2 outs for Segura. And how about this? First base is open. They want no part of the red hot Gene Segura.
Can you blame him?
No, not at all. Segura has doubled, singled, and knocked into. And now has 188 hits, trying to get to 200. He might get to 206, which would tie Gonzo's D-backs record. Not sure how Chris Owings should feel about this, frankly.
Yeah, I was just trying to remember the last time I saw a leadoff hitter get walked intentionally.
Yeah, that's a first for me. So here's CO's grounded out, popped up 0 for 2. Well, it's not like Chris Owings has been a slouch at the plate up there lately. He's hitting .323 in September. He's got Gozowish at second, Segura at first, and 2 outs. 2 runs in on the Haniger homer.
Now, so far in the first 3 games of this series, the Dodgers have just been pounding him away with sliders, mixing in the occasional fastball away. They just don't look like they want to give Chris Owings anything from the middle of the plate in. And unfortunately, CO has been chasing a lot of those sliders just off the outside corner.
Yeah, he's just 2 for 15 in the series. Gets one in the air. Kendrick off the glove. Tuffy will score. They'll stop Segura at third, and it's 6-0 Diamondbacks.
Got to the slider that time. They wanted it low and away. Look at the location. Pitch spins back on the inner third of the plate, and CO rips it into left field. Howie Kendrick with a running attempt just off the fingertips of his glove.
And scored a double and an RBI for Chris Owings. 24th double this year for CO. And it's turned into a 3-run D-backs 4th. And a chance to really make it hurt with Segura at third and Owings at second. The batter is Paul Goldschmidt, who's 0 for 2. Goldie 1 for 14 in the series with 9 strikeouts. Dave Roberts, a slow walk to the mound. Giants are trailing the Cardinals 2-0. Dodgers not taking any chances. They're going to pull De Leon from just his 3rd big league start, trailing 6-0. Back after this. Well, Dodgers rookie Jose De Leon goes only 3 2/3. Diamondbacks up 6-0. De Leon responsible for 2 more base runners, and the new pitcher is the right-hander Jesse Chavez. Dodgers picked him up in a trade with Toronto at the deadline. They sent Mike Bolsinger to the Blue Jays, and they got Chavez back in return. He's tossed scoreless relief in 7 of his last 9 games. 2 on and 2 out for Goldie, already 3 runs in. You've got Segura at third and Owings at second.
Chavez, a well-traveled veteran, has time with Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Kansas City, Toronto, Oakland, back to Toronto, and now here with the Dodgers. He's a Southern California guy. He probably feels like he's right at home.
Yeah. There's a tapper to shortstop for Corey Seager. And Chavez comes in, puts out the fire, but the Diamondbacks get 3 more. 2 on the Mitch Haniger home run. And after 4 innings, they lead the Dodgers 6-0.
Lead. I'm Kate Longworth, hanging out at the Chase Field PetSmart patio with Angela McKenzie, who's the parent of the 7th million pet adopted from PetSmart, that being Daisy. Take me through what led you to Daisy just a few weeks ago.
We fell in love with Daisy when we found her online. She's a perfect fit for our family. She's a great dog.
And when did you find out she was such a special pup? Because now you've been touring the world with her.
We have been. We found out she was special. Well, we always knew she was special, but we found out she was extra special about 3 or 4 days after we adopted her.
Oh, Gene Segura keeps the perfect game intact. What a play by the Diamondbacks second baseman. Go ahead, Kate.
Thank you. We want to get plays like that and when it's an exciting game like that, but we also want to talk about the experience you can have at Chase Field with your pet out here. You're enjoying baseball and the dogs here in the dog suites. What's that experience been like? Because they flew you out from Staten Island, New York.
They did. They flew us from New York. It was a crazy flight. The pet patio here is amazing. It's so much fun. There's room for everybody. The kids are enjoying it. They're having a great time. The dog had some ice cream. It's amazing up there.
Great. Well, thank you so much for being with us. Angela and her husband both serving in the Coast Guard. Her husband is back home in New York. Her kids are here. But, guys, they couldn't be on TV because she says they're acting a little East Coasterish. Can you explain that to me?
That's a good thing for me. Rob Segedin. Probably means they have a little attitude. It's a long flight.
Just a tad.
The PetSmart patio, a huge success this year here at Chase Field, and a big day today for all the dogs. How about that play by Gene Segura?
Amazing.
Robbie Ray has now retired the first 13 Dodgers he's faced, and he's ahead of Segedin 1-2. Robbie, before that ground ball by Puig, had struck out 5 consecutive Dodgers. Fastball missed, and it's 2-2 on the Dodger first baseman. Segedin in there for Gonzalez today against the lefty. Yes, he went. Ron Culpa Brings up Seguin, and that's 8 strikeouts for Robbie Ray. 2 down in the 5th.
Yeah, I started to give my theory a little while ago about the 3 guys at the top, Kendrick, Turner, Seager, guys that are in the lineup on a regular basis. And on day game after a night game, I would anticipate they would be a little slow on the fastball. Just because they've been playing a lot, tough turnaround. But the rest of this Dodger lineup, guys that don't get a lot of playing time, they're ready to go today. They might be the guys that you have to worry about getting on that Robbie Ray fastball.
And because the Dodgers are so left-hand heavy as it is anyway, a lot of those guys are in the lineup today, like Seguin and Hernandez and Culberson and Austin Barnes, the catcher. Kike Hernandez popped up his first time, so no Gonzalez, no Jock Peterson. No Josh Reddick in the lineup today, no Chase Utley, at least not yet. But the Dodgers won't panic too much. They're 5 up on the Giants with 14 to play, and the Giants are losing at home to the Cardinals 2-0. They're in the 5th inning. Fastball up and in, and it's 2-1 on Kike Hernandez.
And the Dodgers go back home to play 3 against the Giants, 4 against the Rockies. Then they go on the road, 3 at San Diego and 3 at San Francisco. So for the Giants, you just have to hope that you keep it close enough that those 6 games head-to-head really mean something.
Kike Hernandez gets a hold of one, and there goes the perfecto. It's a home run, his 7th. Well, Kike Hernandez in there because he's got a very good bat against left-hand pitching. He hit over .420 versus lefties last year, and he gets the Dodgers' first base hit against Robbie Ray. Well, as you were saying, Bob, the other guys, they should be good to go.
Oh yeah, they're fired up. They don't get opportunities to get 3 or 4 or 5 at bats in a ball game, so they showed up at the ballpark ready to roll this morning. And Kike Hernandez with a line drive home run about 3 rows back in left field, the first knock, first run against Robbie Ray today.
He had set down the first 14 Dodgers he faced, and with 2 outs and a run in, he'll work to the second baseman Charlie Culberson, the former Giant and Rocky. Culberson grounded out his first time up. Culberson just recalled from the minor leagues August 23rd, his 3rd stint with the Dodgers this year. He was on their opening day roster, but he's only played in 26 games with LA. Plays some shortstop, some second and some third, and he skids that one off the mound. Back-to-back hits for LA against Robbie Ray. Austin Barnes, the catcher now. Make sure Robbie's okay.
I don't think it hit anything solid. It shot through into center field pretty quickly. If it had hit Robbie somewhere enough to cause some damage, it probably would have slowed that ball down a little bit more.
Yeah, it was hit pretty hard. Kicked right off the mound in front of the rubber, it looked like. So 14 up, 14 down, then a homer and a single. And here's the catcher Barnes, who struck out his first time up. The ASU Sun Devil, Austin Barnes. And he, like Culberson, was on the opening day roster, and he's been up and down from the minor leagues all year long, mostly down. Brought back up September 2nd, his 4th stint with a big league club this year. This is just his 17th game and his 5th start behind the plate. 1-1. Austin Barnes, a 9th round pick out of ASU by the Miami Marlins 5 years ago. He came over here with Kike Hernandez in the deal that sent D. Gordon to Miami. That was after the 2014 season. 1-2 on Barnes. Slider missed, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitcher spot is up next, and Carlos Ruiz, the veteran catcher's in the on-deck circle. Ruiz was the starter behind the plate last night for LA. And he would hit for the pitcher Chavez, who came on in relief of Jose De Leon, who gave up 6 runs on 7 hits in less than 4 innings. Check swing, foul. That almost got our guy JD down there. John DeQuisto in charge of the replay scenario down there. Fortunately well protected. Tried a backdoor slider, wasn't there, and it's a full count, 3-2. That'll get Charlie Culberson started from first, as Goldie moves off the bag down there. Three 2 to Austin Barnes. There goes Culberson, and it's ball 4. So 3 straight have reached after Robbie Ray retired the first 14 Dodger hitters. A home run, a single, and now a walk. Chip Hale looking into Ryan Blakeney, wondering where was that.
Well, if it did miss, it must have been inside. Height-wise, it looked pretty good. Take another look here on Fox Tracks. You see Robbie just peppering that strike zone. That last pitch maybe just a tick off the inside corner.
Mike Butcher, before a pinch hitter, making his requisite mound visit as Carlos Ruiz is announced as the hitter for the reliever Jesse Chavez.
And the only right-handed bat that Dave Roberts has available today does have the switch hitter Yasmani Grandal, but everybody else after Carlos Ruiz off that Dodger bench bats from the left side.
So here is Ruiz, only 2 for 17 at the plate as a Dodger since his trade from the Phillies. 247 on the year. Culberson at second, Barnes at first, and 2 outs with 1 run in. Fly ball right field for Brito, and this should end the top of the 5th. Robbie Ray strands 2, but the Dodgers get a run on the Hernandez homer. 6-1. Go D-backs. do the barking. Here at Chase Field, where the D-backs lead the Dodgers 6-1. Every weekday morning, Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp. Well, these guys bark at each other for hours a day. All for your entertainment. It's undisputed. Skip and Shannon, 6:30 in the morning. That's when they start barking, only on FS1. Dog days of summer, the PetSmart patio, one of the great facilities or features here at the ballpark. And this has been an enormous hit with D-backs fans and their dogs, who just stare up looking at food.
Yeah, waiting for something to drop.
That's right. Jake Lamb leads off the fifth. The left-hander J.P. Howell is on from the Dodger bullpen. And the Dodgers have the shift on for Lamb. Jake has tapped back to the mound and struck out. He's 0 for 2. We saw Howell pitch in the game on Friday. Faced Jake Lamb to start the 6th inning, and Jake hit a double to the gap in left center off him. Curveball's in there for a strike, and it's 1-2 on Lamb. Jake 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts last night. D-backs had 3 key guys strike out 3 times. Goldie, Lamb, and Tomas. Finished the game with only 6 hits and lost 6-2. A whole lot more offense here today, as Howell gets the strikeout. 1 down in the 5th. And here comes Dave Roberts. Bullpen is busy down there. Howell got his lefty. And Roberts will go to the right-hander. So we'll take a break here at Chase Field. It's 6-1 Diamondbacks. Out of a dog today. It's Bark in the Park Day here at Chase Field. D-backs barking all over the Dodgers, 6-1. Hey, fans, with MLB.TV Premium, you can watch every out-of-market game live in HD on more than 400 supported devices, and enjoy a free subscription to At Bat Premium. That's the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply, so check out MLB.TV. New pitcher for the Dodgers, the guy who was supposed to start the game yesterday until they decided at the last minute to send Brock Stewart out there. It's Bud Norris, who's had a tough time of it. 6-10, a 5.05 ERA. He's gone 0-3 in 15 relief appearances this year, both with LA and the Atlanta Braves. He was picked up by the Dodgers June 30th. He'll face Brandon Drury with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Drury has walked, singled, and scored twice today. Can't check his swing. Cut fastball from Norris, and it's 0-1.
Nothing straight so far from Bud Norris. A cutter and 2 sliders to start the sequence to Brandon Drury here, running the count 2-1.
D-backs have out hit the Dodgers 7-2. They lead at 6-1. Brandon ahead, 3 balls and a strike. D-backs with 3 in the second after Drury and Haniger reached base to open up that inning. And a run score on an error. 2-run single by Segura, then 3 more in the fourth. Haniger a 2-run homer, Owings an RBI double. There's a strike, and it's a full count, 3-2. There's Mitch, who hit a towering home run in the fourth inning, his 3rd of the year.
Finally gets a straight fastball on the 3-2 pitch, a little bit up in the zone, had a real good rip at it that time, fouled it straight back.
Brandon Drury drives one to left field. Kendrick at the track, at the wall, and it's gone. That's 15 for Brandon Drury, and it's 7-1 Diamondbacks. What a finish to the season this young man is having.
Tries to throw one more cutter, one too many for Bud Norris. Left that one on the inside part of the plate. And after seeing so many of them during the course of that at bat, Brandon Drury recognized a hanger and belted it out of here.
It's Haniger. Boy, Brandon Drury last 22 games, 10 extra base hits and 16 RBIs. He is rolling. Haniger belts one into left. He's 3 for 3. Mitch Haniger. Socrates Brito reached on a fielder's choice and scored a run, flied out his last time up. Boy, Mitch Haniger's really put together some nice at bats lately. He's hit safely in 6 of 7 games. 2 home runs in the series. That kicks away from Barnes, and Haniger moves up. Wild pitch charged to Bud Norris. The view from the PetSmart patio here at Chase Field. Got to be the best pet section in the major leagues.
Oh, I would think so. And they give you plenty of room. There's a lot of room up there for you and your family and your pets.
It's designed for pets. Counter space, room for the dogs, room to walk around. Look at that. That's a great way to watch a ball game right there. You got your own suite and the dog can join in. So check out the PetSmart patio here at Chase Field. dbacks.com/tickets. 3 more home games left this year. Final weekend of the season against the Padres. Norris wants Barnes to come out and have a word. So come on down with the dog. Final D-backs giveaway of the year is that Saturday. Diamondback beer stein night. Now hopefully all the dogs get along. He spotted something he doesn't like.
Probably a Dodger.
Yeah. He's probably picked up the scent. Brito squirts one the other way. Kendrick is there though. And that's the second out in the 5th.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, like today, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Tuffy Gozawish singled and scored his last time up. He's up there with 2 outs and Haniger at second. A run in on the Drury homer, his 15th of the year. Boy, Segura's been on base 3 times today. Drury's been aboard 3 times. Haniger's been aboard 3 times. Tapped over the mound. Charlie Culberson comes in from second. And they retire Tuffy. But the Diamondbacks add 1 more. Brandon Drury, a home run, has made it 7-1.
As we head to the top half of the 6th inning, time to take a look back at this day in baseball history, brought to you by Geico. Now, I didn't write this particular copy. The not too fleet of foot Greg Colburn hits an improbable triple in his last at bat to complete a cycle versus the Padres. He actually went 5 for 5 that day with 2 2-run homers. The triple came in his last at bat. Shot a ball right down the right field line at old Qualcomm Stadium. It got down into the right field corner in the Diamondbacks bullpen, rattled around under the bench, and got stuck in a hot dog wrapper and in and out of a beer cup, and eventually they got it back in, and Greg Colburn had circled the bases, or rather ended up at third to complete the cycle.
Howie Kendrick leads off the 6th inning against Robbie Ray. That was the 2nd cycle in D-backs history on this day in 2002. And Greg Colburn still remains the last player and one of 8 all time to hit 2 home runs in a game while also hitting for the cycle. And the other was George Brett back in 1979. And Robbie Ray's slider has been especially effective today. Robbie has walked 1, struck out 8, including at one point 5 in a row. Kendrick drives one to left center. That gets down and it'll reach the wall. Leadoff double for Howie Kendrick, his 24th this year. Just his second hit in the series.
Now, Robbie's made Howie look bad today with some of those sliders down and in, but that one just doesn't quite get to the spot. Stayed up in mid thighs on that inside corner, and he bangs it into the gap in left center for a leadoff double.
Well, so far Robbie Ray has struck out Justin Turner twice in 2 at-bats. Oh, and 1. Turner having a big second half. 40 RBIs in 52 games since the All-Star break. He leads the Dodgers with 84 runs batted in this year. He bounced a slider. He was doing that a lot in the first inning. Robbie Ray today struck out the first 14 Dodgers he faced. He was perfect through 4 2/3. Then some trouble. Kike Hernandez homered. Charlie Culberson hit a ball hard up the middle for a single. Then he walked Austin Barnes and got the pinch hitter Carlos Ruiz to fly out to end the inning. But he's getting knocked around here to open up the 6th. Curry able to cut it off. Kendrick will score. And it's an RBI double for Turner. A 7-2 ball game. 32nd double for Justin Turner and his 85th run batted in.
Down and in. Turner drops the bat head on it, and he finds the same gap that Howie Kendrick did with his double. I mentioned those veteran guys at the top of the order. Might take them a little while to get started today. It looks like they're finally up to speed with the game.
Well, Robbie, who retired the first 14 batters, has now allowed 5 of the last, well, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 of the last 6 Dodgers to reach base on 4 hits and a walk. And the bullpen will spring into action. Randall Delgado starts warming up in the Sanderson Ford bullpen. A pair of doubles open up the LA 6th. There's Corey Seager, who has struck out twice.
Boy, Seager has been such a good hitter all year for the Dodgers against the Diamondbacks, but in this series we've seen a weakness exposed. He'll chase those breaking balls in the dirt all day long.
Boy, Zach Greinke had him fishing for curveballs badly when he faced him the other night. Waves at a fastball away, and it's 0-2. Zach Greinke will start Wednesday's game against the Padres at Petco. 0-2 on Seager. Backs up Goldie at first. Robbie Ray has got to hustle over there. And Turner is in at third.
Little things that happen over the course of the season that make guys better players moving forward. Robbie Ray earlier this season wouldn't have made it to first base in time to get that throw.
Really?
He was always falling off the third base side of the mound. And of course you get spoiled with Goldie over there because he takes so many of them to the bag himself. But there were a few times early in the season where Robbie caught spectating out there on the mound, just didn't get over to first base in time to take that relay throw from Goldie. That time got over there in good shape to get Seager.
Now he'll face Yasiel Puig, who has twice grounded out. Turner at third and 1 out, a run in. Puig is hitless in the series. He's been bothered lately by some left shoulder soreness. .258 on the year with 10 homers. back in the big leagues after he spent all of August with AAA Oklahoma City. After a big effort to trade him apparently fell through. Dodgers right before the deadline were supposedly shopping Yasiel Puig. Couldn't find an offer they liked, so he was simply sent to the minors for the month. It was Ken Rosenthal of Fox Sports who reported that once Puig was placed on post-deadline waivers, a claim was put in by the Milwaukee Brewers, who could have acquired Puig had a trade been worked out. Ryan Braun's name was reportedly in that deal, but they just couldn't get it done. In fact, Braun was told after one game to hang around in case he was traded. They were that close. So his bags were packed, ready to go to LA. The Dodgers really need some right-hand power. They're very left-hand heavy, so they would have picked up Braun's money and moved Puig's headache, but couldn't get it done.
That noise you hear is a sigh of relief from Craig Counsell.
You think?
Oh my.
Ryan Braun would have been a good fit here for the Dodgers. They need that right-hand power. Puig is movable from a contract standpoint. It is not outrageous money. 2 years, $14 million left on his deal after this year. Really a bargain if you can get him to produce and not misbehave. But most of the issues, as they have usually been, were clubhouse related, not being a good teammate. And he says he's working hard to clean those things up, trying to say and do the right things and be accountable. 2-2.
Yeah, and certainly that can become a big issue in a clubhouse when you have one guy that dances to his own music. But you know, but for me, Puig he has never looked like a baseball player.
Really?
He looks like a tremendous athlete that's out here playing baseball. His instincts aren't great. He runs when he should stop. He stops when he should run. We've seen his throws from the outfield. I think he'd have made a heck of a tight end.
Oh yeah. Foul ground. Goldie will give it a look. Near the seats, he's got room. That's the second out. Turner holds at third. Puig 0 for 3. Rob Segedin, the first baseman today, steps in.
That's a play that teams work on in spring training. When that first baseman has to go into foul territory, you see Gene Segura kind of trailing the play. The pitcher becomes the cutoff man. Normally Robbie Ray would position himself behind home plate, but you can see Robbie got into a position as the cutoff man just in case Turner had any thoughts about sneaking down that third baseline.
He did bluff but decided to stay put. Doubles by Kendrick and Turner open up this LA 6th inning. Turner at third, now 2 outs, 1-0 on Segedin. Fastball's up, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Segedin is from Old Tappan, New Jersey. That's Phil Mollica territory.
Really?
Yeah, I guess. Old Tappan, New Jersey, Phil says. Don't want to get that wrong. That explains a lot. Third round pick out of Tulane by the Yankees. So he was a former Yankee, Rob Segedin, from New Jersey, who figured out a way to make it out over the wall and run to freedom.
Escape from New York.
Yeah. Snake Plissken.
Snake Plissken helped him out.
3-0. Got some help from Governor Christie and made it over the bridge. There's a walk. Second walk for Robbie Ray. Kike Hernandez. Hernandez homered with 2 outs in the 5th. It was the first hit and first base runner for the Dodgers against Robbie Ray, who was perfect through 4 2/3.
Well, one thing to keep in mind is all that left-handed thunder that the Dodgers have off the bench today. I thought this might be a day where we saw Robbie Ray to Patrick Corbin to Steve Hathaway to Edwin Escobar keep all those left-handed hitters on the Dodger bench.
Well, Robbie's not going to likely make it much longer at 99 pitches. His spot is due up first in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the bullpen is busy for the Diamondbacks. Oh, and 2 on Hernandez.
Boy, been a good inning back there for Tuffy. He's had to block some really tough ones. Had a pitch earlier in the inning, a breaking ball that bounced so far out in front of home plate. Rather than drop to his knees to block it, he actually came up out of his crouch to block it. It bounced that high. That one hits right in the middle of the chest protector as usual.
Robbie spiked more than a few up there today. He's walked 2. He struck out 8. Giving up just 4 hits. But trying to get out of this 6th inning at 102 pitches. Six of the last 9 Dodgers have reached against him. And now Hernandez knocks an RBI single in his center to score Turner. And it's 7-3.
It's a high fastball and tomahawks it back up the middle of the field. You mentioned Kike Hernandez has pretty much made a career out of banging left-handed pitchers, and that time lined one into center field for an RBI base hit.
And that will be the last pitch that Robbie throws today. Here comes Chip Hale as Robbie is unable to get through the 6th inning. Close out this 6th inning. And on in relief of Robbie Ray, your Arizona Federal Credit Union pitching change is Randall Delgado's 71 appearances. He worked Friday against these Dodgers, retired the only batter he faced on 3 pitches. Charlie Culberson is the scheduled hitter, but here comes the first lefty off Dave Roberts' bench, and it's a dangerous one, Jock Peterson. who will hit for Culberson with 2 on and 2 outs and 2 runs in. Gene Segura is having a moment in the dugout, and Darren's decided to join us now. We're set to go. How about Jock Peterson, the home run last night off Shelby Miller, and this one 463 feet, the longest by a Dodger this year. Just a tick under 110 miles an hour off the bat. So Dave Roberts trying to get right back in this ball game with 1 swing. 2 on and 2 out for Peterson, who hits for Culberson. And the first pitch is in the dirt for ball 1. Got Rob Seguin at second base and Kike Hernandez at first. Peterson 246. The home run last night is 23rd. And he's heating up. He's got 5 home runs in September.
Be careful down and in. We know that's Peterson's hot spot. He'll swing at just about anything, but when he does damage, it's usually on pitches from the middle of the plate in and down.
And as you see by those numbers, he's done a lot of damage against the Diamondbacks this year, not just last night. 7 home runs in 13 games. Boy, Randall Delgado, 3 straight sliders, all have missed. He's behind 3-0. You've got the catcher Austin Barnes on deck. Robbie Ray responsible for the 2 base runners. A walk to Seguin, the RBI single by Hernandez. Now Peterson up there with a 3-0 count against Delgado. Fastball's a strike, and it's 3-1. D-backs have the shift on. Chris Owings, the shortstop, on the first base side of second. Jake Lamb near the bag at third. Back to the slider, and he gets a strike. The count is full, 3-2. Do we get the 3-2 timeout?
I was just going to ask, is he going to call timeout?
He always calls time when he gets in the box on a 3-2 pitch. We were told that, and it's been proven true almost every time. Oh, he's locked in.
Yeah, locked in today.
Runners go. That's ball 4. The bases are full of Dodgers. Randall got behind 3-0. And LA here with 2 outs in the 6th. They'll get the tying run to the plate. The catcher Austin Barnes.
Yeah, keep in mind, Dave Roberts already used Carlos Ruiz, one of his other catchers, as a pinch hitter earlier in the ball game. Yasmani Grandal, the only other catcher available off the bench. So he's going to roll with Austin Barnes here against the right-handed Randall Delgado rather than go to one of his left-handed pinch hitters.
Barnes today against Robbie Ray struck out and walked. Can't check his swing, and it's 0-1. Another Delgado slider. Barnes hitting just .154 this year. He's played in only 17 games. Another slider from Delgado. Rob Seguin is at third, Kike Hernandez at second, and Jock Peterson at first.
Yeah, part of the reason Barnes is taking this at bat, I mentioned all those left-handed bats off the bench all have lousy numbers against Randall Delgado, with the exception of Adrian Gonzalez, who's 5 for 12 lifetime against Delgado.
And guess who just walked into the on deck circle, ready to bat for the pitcher? Boy, Dave Roberts really looking for the big inning. He is letting Barnes hit here, but he's already used Peterson and is ready to use Gonzalez if he gets the chance. Popped him up, coming back here. 2-2. Randall a strike away from getting out of this jam. Fastball missed, and it's a full count. This is the guy you got to get here. Gonzalez is on deck, and there's nowhere to put Barnes. He walked in a run, and now Gonzalez will hit with the bases loaded. 7-4. Delgado has come on, faced two, walked them both. And Gonzalez is announced as the hitter. 2 outs and the base is full. Here comes Chip Hale. Randall in those 2 at bats really stayed away for the most part from the fastball. A lot of slider. Got behind in counts and just couldn't work his way out. Dodgers threatening, bases full, 2 down. Back in a moment. Four, and the Dodgers threatening more, bases loaded, 2 outs, and for the 3rd time in this series, Edwin Escobar will be brought in to face Adrian Gonzalez. Escobar came in to face Gonzalez in the 8th inning on Friday and got him to fly out to left field. They came on to face Gonzalez in the 7th inning last night and got him to ground out to second. And he's on to face Gonzalez right here, bases full, 2 down, and 3 runs already in. Fastball is ball 1. Gonzalez 285, 17 home runs. He's got 2 hits in the series, both singles. You've got Kike Hernandez at 3rd, Jock Peterson at 2nd, and Austin Barnes at 1st. Gonzalez this year with the bases full, 4 for 11, including 1 grand slam. He's got 5 in his career. And he's ahead in the count, 2 balls and a strike. Adrian Gonzalez hitting only .210 against the Diamondbacks this year. The D-backs have done a good job with Gonzalez. 4 RBIs in 18 games against Arizona this season. He rifles one into the right field corner. This is big trouble. Hernandez scores. Peterson scores. Here comes Barnes with a tying run, and he is in there. A 6-run LA 6th, and it's 7-7.
Inner third fastball that time to Adrian Gonzalez with the count in his favor. Got out in front and hooked it down into that right field corner. That's why when guys don't start who normally start, I like to call them the secret weapon off the bench. You know you've got a bat available if the right situation comes up, and Dave Roberts pulls the trigger at exactly the right time.
That's 5 consecutive Dodgers who have reached, all with 2 outs after Kendrick and Turner had doubles to lead off the inning. A big lead has vanished. Tie ball game at Chase. As the Dodgers have batted around, and what was a big D-backs lead is now a 7-7 ball game, still trying to get out of this 6th inning. And here's Jake Barrett, the ERA down to 3.61, his 67th appearance. His last 5 outings have all been 1, 2, 3 1-inning appearances, but you're just looking for 1 out at this point here in the top of the 6th. Now, as Manny Tomas replaces Socrates Brito, he takes over in right field. He'll bat 9th, pitcher spot now 7th in the Diamondback order. Kendrick started off this inning with a double, and he looks at strike 1. Jake last worked Friday night against LA. Pitched a 1-2-3 9th inning. Boy, he's been really good lately, Jake Barrett. His last 11 appearances, he's worked 10 2/3 innings and given up just 1 hit.
We've talked about it in some of his recent appearances, really getting that ball going downhill. Power fastball down at the bottom of the zone, power slider down at the bottom of the zone. Really been a good combo for him.
Bounced up the middle. Owings behind the bag. And Co makes a terrific play. The inning finally ends, but the Dodgers get 6. And we're tied up 7-7.
Tied up at 7 as we head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Cookies and cream. I love it. Hey fans, we invite you to participate in Gila River game nights by signing up at one of the interactive kiosks located right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
D-backs at one point led it 6-0 and 7-1. It's now 7-7. And a whole host of changes for the Dodgers. As Yasmani Tomas, who just checked into the ball game, will lead it off. Tomas batting 9th. Took over in right field after the double switch. New pitcher for the Dodgers. And it's the right-hander Josh Raven, his 7th appearance this year. We saw him pitch in the opener on Thursday night. Worked 2 innings, 2 scoreless innings with 3 strikeouts. He's a hard thrower. And he's ahead of Tomas 0-2. Adrian Gonzalez, who had the pinch hit 3-run double that tied the ball game, stays in the game and takes over at first. Howie Kendrick moves from left field to second base. Kike Hernandez moves from center to left, and Jock Peterson is in center field. Tomas 1 hit in the series. He singled last night. He struck out 5 times. Make it 6. You'll note the spelling of Raven's name, R-A-V-I-N, Josh Raven. This is another game in which both Chavez and Ravine sort of have pitched for the Dodgers.
Kind of, sort of.
If you're a geography fan, and hey, who isn't? Here's Segura, who has doubled, singled, and been walked intentionally. Doubled the lead off the ball game. That had a 2-run single in the second. So Segura now up to 188 hits as he chases Gonzo's D-backs record of 206 set in 1999. Howie Kendrick just moved over from the outfield to the infield. 2 down. Chris Owings, an RBI double his last time up. CO 1 for 3 today. Strike one. Giants are trailing at home against the Cardinals. St. Louis now leads that game 3-0. They're in the 8th inning. Well, you got to think if the Dodgers do come back and win this, they would be 6 up on the Giants with 13 to play if that score in San Francisco stays as it is, as they chase their 4th consecutive division title. No NL West team has ever won 4 straight division titles. 2-1 on CO. Slider is a strike, and it's 2-2. Rockies are hosting San Diego. Colorado a 6-1 lead, make it 6-3 now in the 6th inning at Coors Field. Padres trying to come back. And Owings strikes out. 7-7 as we head to the 7th. And fans, today marks the U.S. Air Force's 69th birthday. USAA honors those who have served in the U.S. Air Force and all of our service members around the world. PetSmart patio. Standing room only, feet and paws out there. What's next? Brought to you by CenturyLink. A long road trip starts as soon as this ball game ends. We're on an airplane to San Diego. Don't forget that game tomorrow night against the Padres is on FS1. Braden Shipley on the mound for the Diamondbacks. Then it's Archie Bradley and Zach Greinke. 3 against the Padres. Then an off day on Thursday. We fly to Baltimore. 3 against the Orioles, then 4 against Washington at Nationals Park. That one almost got buried. Look at the play by Segura. He's done it all year long. Justin Turner with a salute to Gene Segura as he reached the first base bag. And what else can you do if you're the batter on that one?
Boy, exceptional defensive play that time by Gene Segura. That ball nearly took Jake Barrett's head off. Gene with a headlong dive up the middle of the field, throws from his knee in time to get Turner. There's really nothing else you can do but tip your cap to a great defensive play.
And watch Turner as he heads up the first base line. Tip of the cap, wag of the finger. What a year he's had. Corey Seager. Seager 0 for 3. Toward the left field corner, Brandon Drury will give it a look, but it's in the seats. That was over the head of Fred Big Game Bauer down there. Big Game not quite big enough to get that one. There's Fred, our Golden Glover, down the left field line today. Big Game Bauer. What we really needed over there was Jim Too Tall Tolar.
Yeah, there you go.
He might have had a shot at that one. But Jim is working the right field corner today.
When you think about the year Gene Segura has had, I mean, he's played 140 of the 149 games the Diamondbacks have had this year. Gets on base 2 or 3 times every night, throws his body around on defense and running the bases, and does it all at an extremely high energy level.
He's been hit by pitches, hit in the head, diving all over the bases, all over the field. But the energy level never drops.
And I guess we can't call it a new position anymore since he's been there most of the summer. But you think back to spring training, it was all a learning process for Gene over there at second base. Took his lessons well.
A 1-out walk for Seager. Yasiel Puig. Yeah, he admitted in spring training he wasn't all that comfortable at second base. He'd never played anything but shortstop. But he looks like he's been playing there his whole career.
And that's the way his uniform looks most days.
Yeah, before the game. Puig go for 3. Deep center field. Mitch Haniger has room out there. 2 outs. And the pitcher spot is now 5th in the LA order after all these changes for Dave Roberts. So here's pesky lefty Andrew Toles. And if the Dodgers are looking ahead to the postseason, which they certainly are, leading the division, and you're thinking about roster construction, it's going to be interesting, Bob, because you've got Toles and you've got Ethier, both left-hand hitters. I'm not sure there's room for both guys on a postseason roster, and Toles has been by far the more effective player.
And probably has more tools to offer at this stage of his career. He's a guy you could use like he's being used now as a pinch hitter off the bench, a double switch candidate. Can steal a base.
Gene Segura wraps that one up, and Jake Barrett strands the 1-out walk. And on this Diamondback Sunday here at Chase Field, we take a moment before the bottom of the 7th inning, and we pause to honor America.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now ask that you please rise and sing along as we pay tribute to our great nation with the singing of God Bless America.
And Drury as the D-backs look to put some points on the board. Hey, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
New pitcher for the Dodgers is the right-hander Josh Fields. He'll face Paul Goldschmidt to lead off the 7th inning. Saw Fields pitch the ball game Friday. Worked a scoreless inning with 2 strikeouts, his 32nd appearance of the year. Acquired from the Houston Astros at the trade deadline July 31st. Goldie pops this one up first base side for Gonzalez. Goldie 0 for 4, 1 down. D-backs led it 6-0 and 7-1, but here we are after a 6-run LA 6th, 7-7. Jake Lamb 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Steps in. Jake punched out 3 times in the ball game last night. Dodgers will put the shift on. The third baseman Turner moves out into short right field.
Well, we talked about it last night. You definitely want to make something happen here in the 7th and 8th because Kenley Jansen probably available once again today. He's pitched 2 days in a row, threw 22 pitches on Friday night, 11 last night, recording the save in both games. I would imagine that he's available once again today, especially with the Giants trailing the Cardinals 3-0.
That's bottom of the 8th inning at AT&T Park. Dodgers 5 up with 14 to play. Trying to make it a winning record on this road trip, a 10-gamer for LA. They're 5-4 on the trip right now. Through Miami, Yankee Stadium, and now 4 here in Phoenix. $20 games over 500. That's a season high for the Dodgers. They came into today 84-64. Lamb carves one the other way for Kike Hernandez out there. 2 outs. Diamondbacks have not had a base hit since Drury and Haniger in the 5th inning. Drury homered and then Haniger singled. So here's Brandon, who's reached base safely all 3 times he's been up there. A walk, a single, and a home run. He scored 3 times. And Haniger's on deck. Diamondbacks just 6-12 versus the Dodgers this season. This is the final meeting of the year. If they can come back and win this one, they'll finish up 5-5 against LA at Chase Field. Along the right field line, headed for foul ground. That drops in fair, though, and Drury's aboard again. Well, that was slicing foul, but it caught just enough outfield turf, and Brandon's got a double. He's on base for the 4th time today.
Put that in a perfect spot. They're all not going to be line drives. It's a hanging breaking ball. Brandon kind of jams himself a little bit with that swing, but finds fair territory down there in the right field corner.
Oh, he's the go-ahead run in scoring position with 2 outs for Mitch Haniger, who was 3 for 3. 2 singles and a home run. Haniger's homered twice in the series already. He's hit safely in 6 of his last 7 games. And this was our Chaz Roberts air conditioning and plumbing. Cool play of the game. He got every bit of this one.
Up the facing up there just below Friday's Front Row Sports Grill.
Dodgers have pitched him up and in this entire ball game, and all he's done is hit. Curveball's a strike, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, they might want to alter their scouting report. Look at the location of these pitches. Number 3 on the Fox tracks, number 2 on the Fox tracks, and once again, number 2 on the Fox tracks, all up and in.
Single, homer, single there. Trying to get Drury home from second with 2 outs. Fastball missed, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
After all the damage he's done inside, the Dodgers trying to go the other direction, working him away, away, away.
Pitcher spot is up next. Ricky Weeks Jr. in the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot 7th in the Diamondback order, following the double switch with Tomas, who bats 9th. Mitch Haniger ahead, 3 balls and a strike. That game in San Francisco has gone to the 9th inning. It's still 3-0 Cardinals. Dodgers here, who were down 6-0 and 7-1, have come back to tie it up. Diamondbacks have said that the more Mitch Haniger sees big league pitching, the better and better he's going to get. The quality of the at-bats continue to impress, and that's certainly been the case on this homestand and in this series. 3-2 pitch. He's a tough out.
Well, you noticed that very early on in Mitch Haniger's big league career. The poise, he just never seems to be overmatched, regardless of who's out there on the mound, what they throw. Righty, lefty, doesn't seem to make much difference to Mitch Haniger. Knows his strike zone, knows what he can handle, and rarely chases anything out of the zone.
That's a very good approach up there. Good at bat by Mitch Haniger, works a walk. Ricky Weeks Jr. 243 and 9 homers. He'll bat for the pitcher. Rick Honeycutt out to the mound. Ricky had a big spot in the game here on Friday night. Came up bottom 8th, 2 outs, bases loaded, and hit into a fielder's choice. In a game the Diamondbacks lost 3-2. So he's got a chance to knock in the go-ahead run here with 2 on and 2 out. Ricky 4 for his last 22 up there. He's got Drury at second and Haniger at first. Those two guys have reached base safely in all 4 plate appearances they've made. Two down for Weeks. Starts him off with a curveball, and it's 1-0. Ricky in a pinch hit role this season, batting 170. Lays off another breaking ball, and it's 2 balls and no strikes.
Now this is where you occasionally pitch yourself into a corner. Fields is well aware Ricky Weeks' power and his quick bat, trying to stay away with a couple of breaking balls, but when you miss with those breaking balls, this is even more of a screaming fastball account.
He got it and missed it. It's 2-1.
Ooh.
Ryan Blakeney says strike two.
Boy, Barnes really pulled that one back in close to the outside corner of the plate.
Lays off another curveball, and it's a full count, 3-2. So both runners can get started here. Drury from second and Haniger from first. Fields went to a full count on Haniger and lost him. Now it's 3-2 to Weeks Jr. There go the runners, and Ricky fouls it back. Enrique Burgos ready in the D-backs bullpen. He'll get the 8th inning. Well, if he goes the way Sean deck, he would be next. 2 outs, 3-2 to Ricky Weeks Jr. Runners on the move, and that's a called strike 3.
No. Yeah.
Jeez.
Summary, Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. D-backs led it 6-0 and 7-1. Robbie Ray started, retired the first 14 batters he faced with 8 strikeouts. Kike Hernandez broke up the perfect game with 2 outs in the 5th inning, a home run, and then the floodgates opened as the Dodgers got 1 in that 5th and 6 in the 6th, and we're all tied. Ryan Blakeney, the home plate umpire, rings up Ricky Weeks Jr. on a 3-2 pitch with 2 on and 2 out. That was clearly outside the strike zone.
He called a ball earlier in the sequence on pitch number 4. Ricky Weeks is saying that ball's that far off the outside corner. Blakeney disagrees.
That's a big miss right there.
Big miss.
Josh Reddick is the hitter. He will bat for Kike Hernandez. Enrique Burgos, the new pitcher, a 5.35 ERA, is 41st appearance of the year. He worked yesterday against the Dodgers, a scoreless inning. And a double and an intentional walk. He pitched the 8th. First appearance for Reddick today off the bench for Dave Roberts, one of the many lefties he had back there. 275 and 9 homers. He had been 0 for 5 in the series through the first 2 games, but had 3 hits, including a double last night. And he's ahead of the count 2-1. Full count, 3-2. Jock Peterson will be next. Leadoff walks. This happened to the Diamondbacks in the ball game last night. Steve Hathaway was brought back out there after finishing off the 6th inning to start the 7th. They walked the leadoff man, who ended up scoring on a Chase Utley double, and that was a big run in the ball game. Peterson walked and scored his last time up. Interesting thing about that Jock Peterson walk, it came against Randall Delgado on a 3-2 pitch when he did not ask for timeout. I'm not sure how Rick Monday handled that. Rick was the one that tipped us off on Dodger radio. In fact, I heard him mention in the replay of his broadcast last night he might lead the league in 3-2 timeouts. Two on the Dodger outfielder. That game in San Francisco has gone to the bottom of the 9th inning. Giants still trail the Cardinals 3-0. Diamondbacks will be in San Diego tomorrow night. Padres are at Coors Field right now. They trail the Rockies 6-3. They're in the 7th. A long 3-city road trip coming up right after this ball game. San Diego, Baltimore, and 4 in Washington, D.C., where we'll get BB together with Trey Turner and talk beat the streak.
Yeah, Trey Turner got me a hit today as a second baseman.
Well, he's finally playing down there. Been playing center field most of the year. You're back on the Trey Turner bandwagon, huh?
Yeah, 3 days in a row. So far, so good.
What are you up to?
Yeah, not much. I'm working at it.
Got to start someplace.
Let's see what it is today. I'll be up to 5 after today.
All right. Still time in the season to make a run. End on a high note. One and 2 on Jock Peterson. Slider in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Reddick at first after a leadoff walk.
Nationals trail the Braves 6-2. That game in a rain delay on getaway day. Beautiful.
So Josh Colmenter got the win for the Braves yesterday. Started that game for Atlanta. Josh was picked up by the Cubs and then was sold to the Braves not too long ago. Here's a 2-ball and 2-strike timeout. Boy, Peterson's timeouts are all messed up. Called strike 3. Another big fan for Ryan Blakeney, and he tosses Peterson. Now keep in mind, Dave Roberts has got a big bench, but he's already run through some outfielders with several substitutions. Ryan Blakeney hearing it from both sides now.
That actually appeared to be a pretty good pitch to Jock Peterson right down at the bottom of the zone. Not nearly as egregious as the one he called out Ricky Weeks Jr.
Oh, yeah, that's a good pitch. Right there. Boy, Peterson must have said a magic word right there.
Boom.
Well, he's already moved Kendrick to second. They've burned Hernandez. He's got Reddick in the game. Peterson is gone. And there's a deep bench back there, but he's gone through several outfielders. Here's the catcher, Barnes.
Yeah, he's got Andre Ethier. He could just run out to the outfield straight up, make a change, or he could bring Chase Utley into the game at second and chase Howie Kendrick back out to the outfield. Still has some options available.
Oh, you love September. Barnes has walked twice and scored a run today. Boy, Burgos almost threw that one into right field. A base hit for Austin Barnes. Reddick stops at second, and here comes Adrian Gonzalez, who has the biggest hit of the ball game. Third time today that Barnes is aboard. Gonzalez came on as a pinch hitter with the bases loaded in the 6th inning and hit a 3-run double into the right field corner off Edwin Escobar that tied the ball game. Three runs came in. Barnes was all the way at first, and he was the 7th LA run. A 3-run pinch double for Gonzalez. Now he's up there with 2 on and 1 out. Gonzalez before that hit had been only 5 for 35 at Chase Field all year. Two and one.
Looking to get Gonzalez to hit that ball on the ground. He's bounced into 16 double plays this year. Only Howie Kendrick has done it more often for the Dodgers with 20 double plays.
Flare the other way, foul ground for Lamb. And a big out there for Enrique Burgos. 2 down. The batter will be Howie Kendrick. Kendrick doubled and scored in that 6-run LA sixth. He's 1 for 4. Two for 10 in the series. Fastball is strike 2. Well, that was a strike when Ricky Weeks was up there. Fly ball, right center. Yasmani Tomas will play it off the wall. Reddick scores. Here comes Barnes. The throw is into second, and it's 9-7 Dodgers. Howie Kendrick, a 2-run double off the wall in right center. The Diamondbacks led this one 6-0 and 7-1, and they trail it 9-7.
Kendrick stays on that cutter, slider out on the outer third of the plate, drives it hard to right field. Just missed a home run. That ball hit just below the yellow stripe, but as it is, it plates a couple of teammates.
And Haniger was there to back up Tomas after it bounced over his head off that wall. Justin Turner steps in. He had an RBI double in the 6th. So the Dodgers have taken a 9-7 lead. The Giant game in San Francisco has just gone final. Giants lose that one to St. Louis 3-0. So if this score holds up, LA will have a 6-game lead atop the NL West with only 13 to play. This game started off with Robbie Ray retiring the first 14 Dodgers he faced with 8 strikeouts. But ever since the Kike Hernandez homer to break up the perfect game, it's been all LA. They add 2 more and take a 9-7 lead.
inexplicable damage inflicted by the Dodgers with 2 outs today. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, on the postgame show, but also Robbie Ray. Perfect through 4 2/3, and then the wheels fell off. Do you have any indication on how and why that happened?
I mean, he was absolutely unbelievable, striking everybody out. I think he almost got rattled after that the home run that led to the end of the perfect game, a no-hitter and shutout. After that, it just completely fell off. A couple more hits, started walking a couple guys, and then just lost it.
We'll take a closer look at that and so much more. Lots of baseball left, though, so let's get back to the booth. Steve and Bob, take it away. The rest is yours.
Thanks, guys. Third time in the series we've seen the right-hander Lewis Coleman. He's on to start the bottom of the 8th inning. Phil Gosselin will hit for Tuffy Gozowicz. Phil at 280 with 2 home runs. New outfield for the Dodgers. Andre Ethier is into the ball game now. He's in left field, looking for some help with his positioning. Yasiel Puig out there in the sunlight in center, and Josh Reddick takes over in right. So Ethier, Puig, Reddick in the LA outfield, left to right. 2-0 on Gosselin. D-backs have out-hit the Dodgers 10-8, but they trail at 9-7. Full count, 3-2. Called strike 3. Yasmani Tomas. Tomas struck out against Raven back in the 6th inning. His only at bat in the ball game. Off the glove of Turner at third. Tomas is aboard. That was a smash to third base. It's a 1-out single for Yasmani. His 2nd hit in the series.
Well, Turner barely has time to react. Just kind of leans to his right that time. Tries to pick it cleanly. That ball shot by him on into left field. Looked like it might have hit him in the thumb or the wrist area as that ball went by.
A chance for Gene Segura, who has doubled, singled, and knocked into today. Bullpen quiet right now for the Dodgers. Daniel Hudson warming up in the D-back bullpen. One and one. Well, raise your hand if you thought Gene Segura would have a higher slugging percentage this year than Paul Goldschmidt. But it's true. Segura 488, Goldie at 480.
Goldie 0 for 4 so far. Segura has doubled and singled. Tomas not going anywhere. 2-2. You can see that ray of sunshine coming through the glass windows right on the mound for Lewis Coleman. And the center fielder Puig. Segura strikes out. Second strikeout for Coleman, 2 down. That'll bring up Chris Owings. CO had an RBI double in the 4th. He's 1 for 4. Tying run at the plate, 2 down in the 8th.
Get one more guy on base and take your chances with Goldie. As much as he's struggled recently, you know that he's one at bat away from breaking out.
Yeah, you got CO on board here. He's one swing away from giving the Diamondbacks the lead. Starts him off with a couple of sliders, and it's 1-1. Owings drives one to left center. Gone! Chris Owings ties it up, his 4th of the year. Each team has scored 9 times. Here's Goldie 0 for 4.
Well, as a hitter, you have to constantly be ready to hit a mistake, and that's a mistake. A belt high slider, inner third of the plate. If pitchers executed their pitches all the time, nobody would ever get a hit. You have to be ready to take advantage of those mistakes, and boy, did CO take advantage of that one.
And you could see by Coleman's reaction on the mound, he knew that was a hanging nothing ball, and CO crushed it for his 4th home run this year, the 3rd Diamondback homer today, after Haniger in the 4th and Drury in the 5th. And Owings ties it 9-9 in the 8th inning, and the bullpen will get busy again for Dave Roberts. In the meantime, Goldie ahead, 3 balls and no strikes. Go ahead runs aboard with 2 outs. Here comes Jake Lamb. You saw the lefty Liberatore getting loose in the Dodger pen, and here comes Roberts. Boy, Coleman just hung that slider, and you can see how he's still upset about it. All tied at 9. Back from a wild one at Chase Field after this. Sunday, a 9-9 ball game in the bottom of the 8th inning. And fans, you can turn your Major League Baseball dreams into a reality at D-backs Fantasy Camp at Salt River Fields in Scottsdale, January 8th through the 14th. He'll spend 6 days and 6 nights as a Major League ball player, complete with hotel accommodations, real D-backs uniforms, instruction from coaches, staff, and clubhouse service. A whole lot more. What an experience this is. For information or to sign up, check out dbacks.com/fantasycamp, and we'll see you at Salt River in January. The lefty Adam Liberatore on to face Jake Lamb. Diamondbacks have come back to tie the ball game 9-9. Every critical hit, it seems, Bob, in this game for both teams has come with 2 outs. And that was the case with the Owings homer that tied it. Goldie at first, 2 down for Lamb. The Kike Hernandez homer that broke up the perfect game in the 5th inning came with 2 outs. The Adrian Gonzalez 3-run pinch double in the 6th inning came with 2 outs. The Howie Kendrick 2-run double in the 8th, 2 outs. And now Chris Owings, the 2-out, 2-run homer. Chris has doubled and homered. He's knocked in 3 today. Liberatore, the 8th Dodger pitcher of the ball game. He threw only 5 pitches in the game last night. Faced Jake Lamb in the 6th inning and struck him out, the only batter he faced in that ball game. But Jake's ahead here, 2-0. Goldie takes off for second. To throw from Barnes is high, and he's in there. 27th stolen base for Paul Goldschmidt. And he's the go-ahead run.
Big jump against the lefty Liberatore. Goldie with a quick peek back to home plate, but slides in well ahead of that throw.
Diamondbacks were up 6-0 and 7-1. They trailed at 9-7. They've come back to tie it 9-9. And a single can give them the lead right here. The 3-0 to Lamb. All 4. Here comes Brandon Drury, who has reached base safely all 4 times he's been up there. Dave Roberts ready to go to his right-hander. But first he'll check in with Ryan Blakeney at home plate. It's an expanded September roster, and Dave Roberts is using everything at his disposal. We'll sort it out when we come back. Still going, bottom 8. A 9-9 ball game is the right-hander Ross Stripling. He's on to face Brandon Drury with 2 on and 2 out in the bottom of the 8th inning in a 9-9 ball game. As Dave Roberts goes to the double switch, he brings Chase Utley into the ball game. And Howie Kendrick, who started in left field, moved to second base, will move over to third. He takes Turner out of the ball game, puts Utley at second, moves Kendrick to third base. So Stripling will bat second in the Dodger order after Turner made the final out in the top of the 8th. So here's Drury. Walked and scored in the 2nd, singled and scored in the 4th, hit a 2-run homer in the 5th, and doubled in the 7th. 2 on, 2 out, 9-9 ball game. Paul Goldschmidt at second and Jake Lamb at first. A 1-0 missed. 2 balls and no strikes to Brandon Drury. It was a 7-7 game. Dodgers took the lead on a 2-run double by Kendrick in the top half of this inning. Diamondbacks tied it in the home half. A 2-run homer by Chris Owings. Drury takes a slider, but it's in there for strike 1. Got a breaking ball on a hitter's count. It's in the dirt, and Brandon's ahead 3-1.
Way came up on Austin Barnes that time. Looked like it hit out in front of home plate. Got him on the shoulder, up underneath the mask. Unfortunately, it drops right down in front of him.
Owings homered to tied it. Goldie walked, stole second. Lamb walked. Now here's Drury ahead 3-1. He walked him. The bases are loaded. And Mitch Haniger, who's reached base safely all 4 times he's been up, steps in. 2 singles, a home run, and a base on balls. Drury aboard for the 5th time. 3 consecutive walks from 3 Dodger pitchers, all with 2 outs. You've got Goldie at third, Lamb at second, and Drury at first. Fastball is strike 1. Mitch Haniger has hit safely in 6 of his last 7 games. And a home run here Thursday in the series opener, and a 2-run homer today in the 4th inning. 3 hits and a walk. Breaking ball missed, and it's 1-1. D-backs have out hit the Dodgers 12-8. They were ahead 6-0 and 7-1. They trailed at 9-7. Now it's 9-9. Kendrick smothers it at third. And Ross Stripling leaves him loaded. But the D-backs tied up on the Owings homer. We head to the 9th, tied at 9. Here, the D-backs and the Dodgers. It's 9-9 as we start the 9th inning. Back and forth we go. And a whole new battery for the Diamondbacks as we start the top of the 9th inning. New pitcher Daniel Hudson. 63 appearances and a 5.70 ERA. Huddy picked up his 3rd save of the season Monday in the win over the Rockies. Then a scoreless 9th inning to close out Wednesday's sweep of Colorado. A couple of strikeouts. He's been very effective lately. Taking over behind the plate after they hit for Tuffy Gozawish, it's Wellington Castillo. So Castillo will bat 7th, and the pitcher's spot now 8th in the Diamondback order. Corey Seager leads off the 9th for LA. He's 0 for 3 with a walk. Daniel Hudson in his last 18 appearances has worked 15 innings. Put up 18 strikeouts and pitched to a 1.80 ERA. He has been really good lately after that long stretch this summer. We really struggled. Chris Owings is there. They retire Seager to open 9th. Yasiel Puig now. Puig 0 for 4. Giants have already lost at home to the Cardinals 3-0. A Dodger win would put LA up 6 games atop the division with only 13 to play. Ball 1. Only other game in progress right now. The Padres at Colorado. Rockies lead that 6-3. They're in the 9th inning at Coors Field. We'll head to San Diego as soon as this one's over. Start a 3-game set at Petco Park tomorrow night. That's an FS1 game. Bob and I will be back with you Tuesday here on Fox Sports Arizona. Shipley, Bradley, and Greinke will start that 3-game series for the D-backs. Red Sox and Yankees are the late network game tonight. A 3-0 on Puig. The Orioles beat Tampa Bay 2-1. And the Blue Jays lost at Anaheim 4-0. There's a chance all 3 of those teams make the playoffs from the American League East. Good chance, in fact. He walked Puig, a 1-out base runner for LA. And Andre Ethier will be the hitter. First at bat tonight for Ethier. Just 1 for 11 on the season. He's only played 5 games all year. Coming off that broken leg suffered in spring training. Fastball, strike 1. Any chance they start Puig early here?
I wouldn't think so, but
at least on purpose.
Yeah,
considering it's Puig.
He might run straight across the diamond, try to steal third.
Over the mound.
I mean, there's no questioning Puig's got tremendous speed, should have base stealing speed, but he's only stolen 5 on the season in 7 attempts. Doesn't always get great jumps. That speed that he shows in the outfield doesn't really translate to the bases.
He has battled left hamstring problems this year, but there's a theory that that was sort of a pretend hamstring problem. Trying to get him figured out earlier this year when he was struggling. Ethier lifts that one up behind the mound. Segura's looking up there. 2 outs. Well, if you look at your scorecard, it's hard to tell who's playing where, who's up. But here's Josh Reddick. Roberts has moved Dodgers all over the field. Howie Kendrick's played 3 positions. They've gone through about 7-8 outfielders. Reddick 275 and 9 homers. He walked against Enrique Burgos to lead off the 8th inning and scored on the Kendrick double. Reddick fooled by that fastball, and it's 1-1. Lifted the other way. That'll drop in. Yasiel Puig will get third base, and he's the go-ahead run. Josh Reddick, 3 hits last night. A big 2-out bloop single right there. He's done that all series long, Bob, just gone the other way to left.
Yeah, sometimes he's cued him off the end of the bat that direction. Other times he's been jammed with pitches inside and just muscled him out that way.
Well, this is the one guy, as you take a look at Puig, no problem getting to third. Brandon Drury was well back near the warning track and left, as he always is. But the one guy you don't want up right here is Chase Utley, who's had an enormous series, 7 hits, including 4 doubles. He's knocked in 10 runs. 10 of his 50 RBIs this year have come against the Diamondbacks. And he'll step in with 2 on and 2 out in a tie game in the 9th inning. Puig at third and Reddick at first with 2 outs.
Utley 0 for 2 lifetime against Daniel Hudson. Long look down at third base. If Utley falls behind in the count 1-2, you might see Reddick attempt to steal over there at first base. Dodgers might try to steal a run, hope for an errant throw at second. But I think they're going to just let Utley pick a pitch here early in the at bat.
How about this casual approach by Utley? He swings at that one anyway. A changeup from Huddy, and it's 1-1. Utley hitting much better away from Dodger Stadium this year. In fact, you can see the difference. He's hit twice as many home runs on the road. You're just up there reading a magazine or something.
Well, I'm going to swing here pretty soon.
Fastball's in there for a strike, and it's 1-2. Reddick takes off for second, and Utley fouls that one back to the screen.
I'll tell you what might work right here. If Reddick is indeed going to run again and the pitch is not strike 3 to Chase Utley, a full arm fake to second base might draw Puig down that line at third. We know how aggressive he is and how much he wants to make a splash in the game. See how the Diamondbacks play it here if Reddick runs again.
One and two on Utley. Reddick goes for second again, and he'll get in there. Ball 2. They scored a stolen base for Reddick.
Yeah, I'd seriously think about going ahead and walking Utley, even in a 2-strike count, 2-2.
I'd rather face the right-hand hitting Austin Barnes than Chase Utley right here.
Absolutely.
Although Barnes has walked twice and singled today, but this is a dangerous batter at the plate right now with runners in second and third. The Sun Devil on deck. Got him. Daniel Hudson strands 2 and keeps it a tie game. Off homer, they've got some big boys coming up against Ross Stripling in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Diamondbacks had a 6-0 and 7-1 lead. Dodgers came back to tie it and then take a 9-7 lead. D-backs tied it 9-9, and they can win it right here as Wellington Castillo leads it off. Kyle Jensen in the on-deck circle. Coming up behind some Beef Wellington. A pair of hits and walks in the series. He homered here earlier in the 4th inning last night. His 14th of the year. He's hit safely in 5 straight. Jensen on deck. He would hit for the pitcher, and then Yasmani Tomas. Just feels like a walk-off homer.
Whatever it takes. Take a walk-off E6. I don't care.
Game like this has to end with some kind of drama. Just does. And they've got some beef up there. 3 big boys that can win it with one swing. On and 2 on Wellington Castillo. Kyle Jensen will be next. You've seen Kyle's power a couple of times lately. Called strike 3. A slider on a 1-2 pitch.
It looked like Welly got even a little more of a crouch that time in the 2-strike count. Took what he thought was a ball just off that outside corner, but get the call from Ryan Blakeney behind home plate once again.
Kyle Jensen, 286 and 2 homers. And his 2nd career home run Thursday against the Dodgers off lefty Rich Hill. So they hit for Hudson here. Zach Godley has started warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Zach threw 4 pitches in the ball game last night. Jensen skies one near the Dodger dugout and out of play. Missed a slider. 2-2. Got him. Curveball. 2 strikeouts for Stripling in the 9th. It's up to Yasmani Tomas. Tomas singled and scored his last time up. He's 1 for 2. Sitting on 29 home runs. One problem the Diamondbacks have had this year has been Yasmani Tomas against the Dodgers. The production has just not been there. Yasmani coming into today hitting 137 in 15 games against LA this year. All of them starts. And he does not have an RBI against the Dodgers this season.
Wow, that's amazing. He's 2.
That's what I'm saying. Just setting him up. Tapped over the mound, and it bounces into center field. Utley and Seager both had a chance to get it, but they almost collided. And it rolls through for a Tomas 2-out single.
I don't think either Dodger middle infielder would have had a play had one or the other gone after this ball. Perfectly hit between them, almost collide out there in the middle. And Yasmani on with a 2-out base hit.
Well, here's Gene Segura. He's hit leadoff homers. Can he hit a walk-off homer? He has doubled and hit a 2-run single. Now up to 319. Gene with 5 home runs in his last 5 games. He's got 6 hits in the series, including his leadoff home run last night.
Boy, Dodger corner outfielders playing extremely deep, kind of in a no doubles alignment. Puig is deep and way over toward the gap in right center. If Gene would split that gap in left center, it would be off to the races for Big Yasmani.
Right field, it drops in. Big Yasmani in at third. Another hit for Gene Segura. That's his 3rd today. Hit number 189 on the march to 200. And Chris Owings, who homered in his last at bat, steps up.
Really went down and got that slider. A lot of downward movement on that pitch. Gene got underneath it, lined it out there into the right field corner. Reddick barehanded that ball, got it quickly back into Utley, who tries to get Tomas at third base, but he's in there standing.
Winning run is 90 feet away with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, and the hitter is Chris Owings. An RBI double in the 4th, a 2-run home run in the 8th inning that tied it 9-9. Segura takes off for second. The pitch is a strike. This is the hit that tied it off Lewis Coleman. 4th home run of the year for Owings. Tomas the winning run at third with 2 outs. We'll take a wild pitch.
Another pitch in the dirt that came up and very nearly got underneath the mask of Austin Barnes. He's been hit up high on that chest protector, low on the face mask a couple of times today.
One and two. Chris Owings hitting over 320 in September. What a final month of the year he's had. He's doubled and homered today. And a chance to be the hero, but he's down a ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Tomas at third, Segura at second. 1 and 2 on Chris Owings. Somehow got a piece of that curveball. only game on the Major League schedule still going before the Yankees and Red Sox at Fenway later tonight. Got him. We'll play extras at Chase. It's 9-9. The Dogs. 9-9 as we start the 10th. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. Zach Godley, the new pitcher, the 7th of the ball game for the Diamondbacks. Saw Godley pitch in the ball game last night. Threw only 4 pitches, worked 1/3 of an inning. Came on in the 7th and struck out Justin Turner. 4-3 is 6.75 ERAs, worked exclusively out of the bullpen since the end of August. Austin Barnes, the catcher, leads off the Dodger 10th. Bounce to second base for Gene Segura. 1 away.
Always so big to get that lead man in a tie game. Extra innings really limits what Dave Roberts can do over there if he chooses to bunt or hit and run or straight steal. Eliminate that leadoff man, get 1 quick out. Not much he can do other than just swing away the rest of the inning.
They'll put the shift on for Gonzalez, who had the game's biggest hit for LA, a 3-run pinch hit double in the 6th inning with 2 outs. That tied it at 7. D-backs had a 6-0 and 7-1 lead. We were tied at 7. Then the Diamondbacks trailed 9-7. Owings hit a 2-run homer to tie it 9-9, and here we are. Good curveball by Godley ahead of Gonzalez. 0-2. Gonzalez has had a very quiet September. He's hitting only .204 this month. And he strikes out. Went to the changeup. How about Zach Godley? So much has been with Zach that 2-seam sinker, but curveball changeup get Gonzalez.
Check swing on the first one, a feeble swing at the second one, and a swing and a miss at the third one.
Quickly 2 down. Here's Howie Kendrick. Kendrick had the 2-run double in the 8th that gave the Dodgers a 9-7 lead at the time. Pitcher spot up next, and Yasmani Grandal is in the on-deck circle for the Dodgers. As Godley jumps ahead 0-2. D-backs had done a good job on Howie Kendrick for much of the year. Coming into today, he'd only had 2 extra base hits and 2 RBIs against the Diamondbacks all season. But today, 2 doubles, 2 runs batted in. Base hit. Howie Kendrick, a 2-out single, his 3rd hit today. And Grandal will head back to the dugout. He was ready to hit, and Stripling, the pitcher, will take the at-bat.
I'm not quite sure I get the
I was
thinking
trying to figure out what was going on there. Why have Grandal out there in the first place? If you're not going to use him, should Kendrick reach?
Things that make you go,
Yeah. Well, Ross Stripling has given the Dodgers some length this year. Diamondbacks have faced him as a starting pitcher earlier this season. He's been in and out of their rotation and bullpen, filling in for some injured guys like Clayton Kershaw and Scott Kazmir. In fact, Stripling's second major league start came at Dodger Stadium against the Diamondbacks. That was back in the middle of April. And he pitched well, got a no decision. Dodgers won that game 5-2. Two and two. Well, you want to definitely get Stripling because Corey Seager is on deck. Opportunity to strike out the pitcher or retire the pitcher and get out of this half inning. Goldie will lead off the bottom of the 10th. Backs up Jake Lamb at 3rd. Good job by Zach Godley. Goldschmidt, Lamb, and Drury, 3, 4, and 5 coming up. this year, and its author was Paul Goldschmidt. That was just about a month ago against the Atlanta Braves, and there it goes.
Hanging changeup.
Goldie hit a home run 2 days after that. His last homer was August 24th, so it's now been 20 games since he hit a home run, and he'll lead off the 10th inning against Ross Stripling. Diamondbacks had a chance to get the walk-off winner in the bottom of the 9th. They got second and third with 2 outs. Winning run 90 feet away, but Chris Owings struck out to win the 9th, and here we are, bottom 10. Goldschmidt, Lamb, and Drury due up 3, 4, and 5. As we approach the 4-hour mark, the two teams have combined to use 44 players so far. And counting. For the Dodgers, 9 of those have been pitchers. Goldie walked his last time up and stole a base. He's 0 for 4. You can see that last walk-off homer we just showed you, August 22nd, nearly a month ago. First pitch swinging, hits it in the air along the right field line. Reddick in fair territory, and he's got it in foul ground. 1 pitch, 1 out for Goldie to start the 10th. Jake Lamb. Jake 0 for 4. He has struck out twice. He walked his last time up against the lefty Liberatore. Diamondbacks have out-hit Los Angeles 14-10. Dodgers put the shift on. Kendrick, the third baseman, in short right field. Utley, the second baseman, right in front of second base umpire Chris Conroy, and Corey Seager all by himself on the left-hand side. He hits right into the shift. Kendrick positioned perfectly. That's a 5-3 putout. 2 down. Well, they've not been able to get Brandon Drury out today. He has walked twice, singled, doubled, and homered. Scored 2 runs. He's knocked in 1. Boy, Drury came into the ball game hitting .397 in his previous 21 games, and he's got 3 hits and 2 walks. Stay hot. That's a strike. 0-1. Oh for 3 with a walk last night. That snapped an 8-game hitting streak, but he's right back in the hit column with 3 more today. Check swing. No, he didn't. That hit off the plate, and that's ball 1. If Drury can get aboard, Mitch Haniger would be next. He's got 3 hits today, including a home run. Two balls and a strike. Fly ball right field for Josh Reddick. And Stripling works, so 1, 2, 3, 10th. We'll head to the 11th at Chase Field. D-backs and Dodgers tied up at 9. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. Corey Seager leads off the LA 11th against Zach Godley on for his second inning of work. Seager, Puig, and Ethier due up in the LA 11th inning. Oh and 2. Corey Seager 0 for 4. He did walk in the 7th. Godley. Boy, the Zach Godley off-speed pitches and breaking stuff's been really good so far. His second strikeout. Boy, that's the way to pitch Seager. That's the third time he struck out today.
Yeah, we mentioned it before. He's had trouble with breaking balls down in the zone, and Zach Godley just carved him up right there with breaking pitches.
Sure did. Yasiel Puig 0 for 4 with a walk. Knocks himself on the head with a bat. A ball and a strike to Puig. 2-1.
He's a basket case, I swear. He swings and fouls the ball off. He was ready to break the bat over his knee.
He needs that bat. He's got another pitch.
Every swing is supposed to be a 500-foot home run, and every play on defense is supposed to be a highlight reel play. And otherwise, he's bored.
Able to check his swing that time on a changeup from Godley, and the count is full 3-2. Puig drew a one-out walk against Daniel Hudson in the 9th. Andre Ethier on deck. The 3-2 from Zach Godley. Oh, Jake Lamb at third. Oh, he's had a great day down there. What a play.
The ball nearly got by him. Hit really hard down his direction from Yasiel Puig, but Jake able to corral it. Another strong, accurate throw on to first base for the out.
Andre Ethier. Ethier 0 for 1. He popped up in his only at bat. 1 for 12 on the season now. Whole bunch of left-handers coming up in a row now. Ethier, Reddick, and Utley.
Now this game started, the Dodgers had one left-handed hitter in their lineup, Corey Seager. Now they have 5.
They were all on the bench against Robbie Ray. Robbie, seems like a million years ago, retired the first 14 he faced. He had a perfect game in the 5th. Kike Hernandez broke that up with a 2-out homer. Robbie 14 up, 14 down with 8 strikeouts. But then Hernandez homered, Culberson singled, he walked Austin Barnes. Got a fly ball out to end that inning. But then the Dodgers came out swinging again in the 6th. Kendrick and Turner had back-to-back doubles. He walked Seguin. Hernandez had an RBI single, and that was the end of Robbie Ray's day. Couldn't get out of the 6th. Oh, Zach Godley, outstanding 2 innings of relief. He sprints off the mound. We'll head to the home half of the 11th, tied at 9. Out there for the Dodgers as we go to the bottom of the 11th inning, and Mitch Haniger will lead it off. Haniger has 3 hits today, including a home run, a 2-run homer in the 4th, his 3rd of the year. Ross Stripling came on to get the final out of the 8th inning. Pitched scoreless baseball in the 9th and the 10th, and he's back out there to start the 11th. Haniger, Castillo, and Godley, the pitcher spot, due up. There is action in the Diamondback bullpen. Slider is strike 1. Lots of options for Chip Hale. They hit for Godley. And he's got some length back in there in the bullpen. Matt Cook has started warming up. Remember, Matt was outstanding in long relief earlier on this homestand. Got his first major league save, went 4 innings. So he has started throwing in the D-back bullpen. Fly ball to center. Puig going to have to come in to get this one. That's the first out at the bottom of the 11th, and up steps Wellington Castillo. Well, good news for Phil the Iron Horse Malika, as the Yankees, just underway at Fenway Park, have yet to blow a lead. They're batting now in the top of the 1st, so the late network game has started at Fenway Park. The Yankees, I'm sure, will figure out a way to screw up that one. 0-1 on Castillo. Peter O'Brien in the on-deck circle. He would hit for Godley. Try and win this thing with 1 swing.
Just taking inventory of the available players off the bench for Dave Roberts. He has his catcher, Yasmani Grandal, a switch hitter. Diamondbacks have Oscar Hernandez, a catcher, and Peter O'Brien, who, as you mentioned, in the on-deck circle now. After that, it's pitchers.
So we've run out of bench players basically in September.
Hard to believe.
That's how long the game has gone. 44 players used so far.
Hey, that's a look.
O'Brien would be 45. Baxter doing his part. Another 4-hour-plus Diamondback game at Chase Field. 3-1 on Beef Wellington. Ball 4. Winning runs aboard, and Peter O'Brien will hit for the pitcher Godley. Peter batting 150 with 5 homers. He got into Tuesday's game against the Rockies and doubled. And a home run off the Giants' Johnny Cueto when we started this homestand last weekend. Here's Rick Honeycutt, the pitching coach. So you go over the game plan for O'Brien. Diamondbacks are on an airplane as soon as this one is over. D-backs live post-game show will follow. Brandon Webb and Todd Walsh along the way. 3-game series to start the final road trip of the year opens up tomorrow night on FS1 at Petco Park against the Padres. Braden Shipley and Paul Clemens in that ball game. Bob and I back with you on Fox Sports Arizona Tuesday. Archie Bradley and Clayton Richard. As Mickey points out, FS1 tomorrow night. Thanks, Mick. So here's Peter O'Brien. Out of play, it's 0-1. Peter this year, 105 games at AAA Reno, hit .254 for Phil Nevin and the Aces. 24 home runs. He drove in 75. He's got Castillo, the winning run at first with 1 out. Lays off the slider, and it's 1-1. Missed the fastball, a ball and 2 strikes. Yasmani Tomas on deck. Chopped in the hole. Kendrick and Seager collide, and they are able to get the force on Castillo. Well, Howie Kendrick's been all over the field today. Started in left field. He played second base. Now he's at third. And he bumped into a shortstop there. They're still able to get the force on the lead man.
Basemen are taught to take anything they can get moving to their left, even if it means cutting in front of the shortstop. And that's exactly what Howie Kendrick does. Kind of fumbled the baseball momentarily, but shovels it on to Chase Utley in time for the force out at second.
So O'Brien at first now. He's the winning run with 2 down, and the hitter is Yasmani Tomas, who has singled twice today. His last 2 times up, in fact. Scored a run in the 8th inning, came in on the Owings homer that tied it 9-9. Diamondbacks had a 6-0 lead. They led it 7-1. Dodgers got 6 in the 6th to tie it 7-7. And then LA led 9-7 before the Diamondbacks got the Owings home run in the 8th that tied it up 9-9. Good take by Tomas. A ball and a strike. Now Osmani still looking for his first RBI against the Dodgers this year. Breaking ball is strike 2. Segura's on deck. He's got 3 hits today if they can get him up there. Tomas strikes out and we play on. D-backs and Dodgers tied 9-9. And the new pitcher for Arizona, rookie right-hander Matt Cook, 2 big league appearances and 1 save on the resume. Matt worked 4 scoreless innings of long relief in Tuesday's win over the Rockies, gave up just 2 hits and had 4 strikeouts. Looked very good in getting his first career save. He is the 7th pitcher used by Chip Hale today. Josh Reddick will lead it off for the Dodgers. D-backs will put the shift on. Ball 1 for Matt Cook, acquired from the Mets last year at the trade deadline. The deal that sent Addison Reed to New York. Reddick gets into one deep center field, but Haniger's got room. 1 out. Well, the Yankees somehow have taken a 1-0 lead in Boston. The late network game just underway, so the Yankees setting themselves up to blow yet another lead. And the Red Sox are batting at the bottom of the first.
Oh, right into the Red Sox trap.
See, it's classic textbook. Chase Utley 0 for 1. He struck out in his only at bat.
CC Sabathia against Drew Pomeranz, I believe, in that Yankees Red Sox game tonight.
Former Padre, Rocky great. Well, Matt Cook, when we saw him save that game against the Rockies on this homestand, was a strike thrower out there, that's for sure. That was the game that Robbie Ray started and got the win. But Matt pitched 4 innings, gave up just the 2 hits. And in that ball game, he threw 48 pitches, 37 for strikes. He's been a strike thrower his whole minor league career. But behind on Utley, 3-0. Sounded like he broke the bat. Shallow center for Haniger. 2 outs. The catcher, Austin Barnes, now. Barnes only his 5th start behind the plate this year. He's gone the distance for Dave Roberts back there. A single and 2 walks. He's knocked in a run and scored twice. Jake Lamb has to charge this one on the short hop, and he makes a terrific play. Jake Lamb has had a Gold Glove day down there at third today. And a nice play to end the top of the 12th. Charging that ball off the bat of Barnes. A low scoop and a good throw to Goldie. D-backs coming up. The bottom of the 8th inning for LA is still out there as we start the bottom of the 12th.
Now, Ross Stripling is the designated extra inning pitcher for the Dodgers. 5 scoreless innings in the 10th or later this season for Ross Stripling.
Well, he's done a good job so far. Gene Segura with 3 hits and a walk today leads off the 12th. So the top of the order on the way up, Segura, Owings, and Goldie. D-backs have out-hit the Dodgers 14-10. It's 9-9, bottom 12. And Gene drives one deep to center. Puig at the track, at the wall, and he runs it down. Well, Chris Owings had one of the game's big hits. A 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th with the Diamondbacks down 9-7. That tied it at 9. CO's 4th of the year. He also had an RBI double in the 4th inning. Had a chance to be the walk-off hero when he came up in the bottom of the 9th. Diamondbacks had 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs, and Owings struck out against. Well, it's hard to tell. This thing's such a
one
mess.
of those Dodger
Yeah,
pitchers.
Stripling.
Yeah.
It was Stripling who struck him out. Chase Utley at 2nd. Well, as we showed you last time he came up, Goldie has the only Diamondback walk-off homer this year. That came August 22nd against the Braves. He hit another home run later in that week, August 24th, and that was the last time Goldie homered. It's been 20 games now without a home run. 0 for 5 with a walk tonight.
Yeah, it's been a really quiet game for the top of the order as far as scoring runs. Chris Owings is the only guy among the top 4 hitters in the D-backs lineup to get on the plate today.
Base hit. Winning runs aboard with 2 outs in the 12th, and Goldie hustles into 2nd. He's in there. A hustle double for Paul Goldschmidt, and he's the winning run.
Boy, is that huge with 2 outs in the inning. To take advantage of the Dodger defense that way, get yourself into scoring position. Well, Puig just kind of jogging over from center field. He figures it's worth the risk, and another perfect slide into second base, not flopping around, falling out into the outfield, right to the bag.
Winning run in scoring position for Jake Lamb. Jake 0 for 5 with a walk. He has struck out twice. They're going to walk him and pitch to Drury. The way Brandon's hitting the ball lately, that's just fine. Only run that matters for Dave Roberts is at 2nd. Brandon Drury today walked and scored in the 2nd, singled and scored in the 4th inning, homered in the 5th, doubled in the 7th, and walked in the 8th. And Drury has beaten the Dodgers in these types of circumstances before. We flash back against the Dodgers. Brandon Drury gets the winning run home. That was July 16th. And Drury's been a big contributor throughout this homestand. A chance to win it again and beat LA with another walk-off right here. Walk-off triple would be nice. That'd give him the cycle.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
How about that?
I don't think they would give him a triple.
No, I think you're right.
Once the winning run scores, that's it.
It might be impossible.
Oh.
Stripling slider is a swing and a miss. 1-1 on Brandon Drury. base hit. Matt Williams will wave Goldie, and the Diamondbacks win it. Brandon Drury walks them off against the Dodgers for the second time this year. Brandon Drury's 4th hit. He's reached base safely today 6 times, and the Diamondbacks are 10-9 winners. They split the 4-game set with LA.
That makes it all worthwhile right there. Brandon Drury ripping that ball through the left side of the infield. Matt Williams windmilling Goldie the whole way. Scores without a play at home plate to end the ball game. Center cut fastball for Brandon Drury. Kind of rolled over the top of it a little bit, but a hard ground ball through that left side.
So the D-backs finish 5-5 against the Dodgers here at Chase Field this year. Make that 7-12 in the 19-game season series. And the big fans of this one not only are the Diamondbacks, but the Giants, who lost at home to the Cardinals. And so for the Dodgers, their NL West lead stays at 5 with only 13 to play. (10-9) your final in 12 innings. And Matt Cook, who picked up his first career save the last time he appeared, gets his first big league win. And Brandon Drury walks him off. Let's go down to Kate.
Well, a lot to celebrate as this homestand comes to an end with the victory. Take me through that final at bat.
Yeah, I had a couple at bats off Stripling early in the game, and he was trying to throw his cutter out over, so I was just trying to not to do too much and stay inside it, and I got lucky, got through a hole.
And a successful day at the plate today. You reached base 5 times. What's been fueling your success?
I've been really just trying to stick to my approach and really try to stay right center and not try to pull off the ball. So I'm really trying to stick to that every day, and it's been working.
Yeah, it definitely has been working. And for the team overall, to finish this homestand on a winning note and to split this series with your division foe, I know you guys are trying to have an impact on the playoffs, even though it's not the fight you wanted. What's it mean for the D-backs, this win today?
Yeah, it's great. Anytime you win a ball game, it's huge. So, we fought to the end, and it feels good to win.
And it was obviously not how you planned this game, mapped out with that early lead, but you guys never lost sight of the finish. What's it say about the fight the D-backs had?
Yeah, it says a lot. To bounce back and then come back and pick our teammates up is huge. So it's a great win. It feels good.
And Robbie Ray was perfect through the first 4.5 innings. And then when you guys were locked up all tied in later innings, just some incredible defense on display. What pride does this team take in when you're out in the field?
Yeah, I think we take pride in everything we do. It's been a tough year, but we've been battling and working all year, and we hope things start turning around.
All right, congratulations. Going to make for a fun flight to San Diego for the Diamondbacks. Let's go now upstairs to you, Todd. Brandon, take it away.
Thank you very much, Kate. Great job. More from Kate Longworth in a little bit. And Brandon, when you're up 6-0 and 7-1 and you let those leads dissipate, you got to find a way.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, they scraped and they battled. They got back. It's really tough to come back from those situations. A lot of times teams get down. They did a great job of battling back and coming out with a win on this one.
Well, we're going to battle back too. We're going to take a break here, and we'll come back and reset and begin our post-game coverage late into this Sunday afternoon, a dog day afternoon. And when we return, it's Diamondbacks Live presented by CenturyLink. We'll hold on to Bob Brenly for just a couple of moments before he hits the road. Kate is inside the Arizona Diamondbacks clubhouse. We'll hear from players. And, of course, Diamondbacks skipper Chip Hale. By the way, that ice cream is not made for human consumption out there in the PetSmart patio, as I found out the hard way. We'll take a break, come back with Diamondbacks Live right after this.